Chapter 283, Life is Inherently Unfair, 3. Gulp, 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 gulp. Kaya. Chung Myung poured the alcohol down his throat, and it looked like he was in paradise. This taste is life. While he was drinking the spirit one, it felt like the alcohol was coating his mouth. Since Shaolin was considered a temple, there was nowhere to get alcohol. As a result, he had desperately searched for a drink. To his great joy, Wei Lishan had brought 10 bottles with him. Kua. This is where you need to form good connections with people. Of course, Chung Myung wasn't someone who could not live without alcohol. But wasn't every other person the same? They didn't look for alcohol when it wasn't available, but you cannot drink here. It was common knowledge that if someone asked you not to do something, you were basically inclined to engage in that behavior. Ah. Was I the only one? No way. Chung Myung smiled, ripped off a piece of beef jerky, and threw it into his mouth. There was only one thing he regretted. The glasses seem old. You needed to eat well to grow up well, and he was in the process of growing right now, but that could happen when you drink and have jerky like this too. If Sehyung were in the sky seeing this, he would regretfully shed tears. Chung Myung thought of consuming twice as much, only if his Sehyung would say something from up there. TCH. Cannot help it. To live like Chung Myung tilted his head and took another bottle as he turned around. It isn't here. He turned his head to the bottles in the corner of the room. 1, 2, 3, 9. Chapter 285, Life is Inherently Unfair, 5. What? Hyung Young, wide-eyed, looked at the person in front of him. You have been looking for me since this morning, so what is it? Bak Sang looked at Hyun Young, who was puzzled, and said, I want to join the finance hall. In this situation. Well, this... What? Hyun Young, wide-eyed, looked at the person in front of him. You have been looking for me since this morning, so what is it? Bak Sang looked at Hyun Young, who was puzzled, and said, I want to join the finance hall. In this situation. Well, this might not be the right time to say it. But it is what my heart wants me to do, so I thought that moving forward as quickly as possible would be better. Ha ha. Hyun Young thought that this was a bit absurd, but also felt a little curious too. Not a bad thing. It was about the time they would look for some back disciples to transfer over to the finance hall. It was also a good time for them to learn the ropes of the finance hall. It was hard to bring this up, but Mount Hua had started developing like a bamboo sprout recently, and the money kept flowing. It had become difficult to handle all their finances with their existing manpower. So shouldn't he be happy if people were willing to transfer of their own volition? But you suddenly want to join. I have been thinking about it, and... Right. I cannot beat the other disciples with my current skills. You aren't old enough to think like that. At Hyun Young's words, Bak Sang shook his head. No, elder. I know myself very well. Even if they're below me now, they will soon become better than me in the future. Hyun Young's expression twisted. So, you are saying that you want to enter our finance hall because you cannot see results? Because this is the more comfortable way? No. Ha. Hyun Young was shocked at Bak Sang's resolute words. His heart, which was a little angry, calmed down to listen. Elder. I am a Sehyung and Sasuk for them. Even if I have less talent, I don't want to be pushed around by them. Oh. Look at this. Hyun Young liked this. After thinking deeply, I realized one thing. What is that? The true power of Mount Hua comes from the finance hall. Oh. A light shone in the eyes of Bak Sang. What is causing Mount Hua to regain its glory? Exclamation mark. Martial arts. Sure. Talent. Sure. But more importantly, it is because Mount Hua has money now. Right. Right. You understand. Money. If we have money, we have power. I'd rather be a man who counts money and wears out his fingers than a man who rolls in sweat. Please accept me, elder. No, finance hall head. Hyun-young smiled. Isn't a snobby and vile attitude the best kind for the finance? Isn't a snobby and vile attitude the best kind for the finance hall? Actually, I did want Joe Gull. Joe Gull was from a merchant family, so he thought that Joe Gull would have eyes for management. But suddenly, he had seemingly become died drunk under Chung Myung and began to use his body more than his head. But listening to the words of Bak Sang, it seemed he would be more than talented enough to lead the next finance hall. I wonder. Right, did you think of this yourself? No, not that. Then, Bak Sang scratched his head. I thought about it while talking with Chung Myung last night. Huh. With Chung Myung? A warm smile settled on the face of Hyun-young. Chung Myung. You knew how to send talented people to the finance hall. It was clear that Chung Myung had recognized this child's talent and had sent them his way. If not, how could a person make up their mind in just one night? Are you sure about this? Yes, elder. Hyun-young nodded. Then I will inform sect leader and accept you as a member. I will do both. Both? Yes. Bak Sang said with soft eyes. I have no intention of forgetting my role as a warrior just because I belong to the finance hall. It will not be easy, but I will try to balance myself as much as possible. Hyun-young nodded. It will not be an easy thing, but if you have the will to do it, I will not stop you. As for your training, I will not be micromanaging it. Keep that in mind. Of course. Then, good. Hyun-young smiled brightly. People come and go, just as money ebbs and flows, said the finance hall head. In the midst of all this, he would need people to watch all of this. Then set this aside for a bit. This isn't something that can be done right away. Now that things have happened like this, you will need some time to learn what happens inside the hall. Bak Sang nodded his head. He is trying to show me how it all works. He didn't know what he would be shown, but whatever was shown would be worthwhile. So, he would have to remember what he saw for life. Hyun-young raised his voice and sat down. Come in. Keep. Immediately the door opened, and Wei Lishan entered. I heard that elder was looking for me. Hyun-young looked at him and smiled. Come in here. Thank you. Wei Lishan sat down with a burdened expression. At first, the hospitality was nice, but as he kept getting it, he began to feel weird. Isn't this too much? Han-young laughed at Wei Lishan's question. Listen carefully, Hua-young gate leader. Yes. Elder. You came here as the gate leader of Mount Hua, right? Yes. Does it belong to Mount Hua or not? Wei Lishan thought for a moment. It was because he didn't know the intention behind this question, so he was a bit hesitant. Of course, we belong to Mount Hua. He. Is what I think, but the main sect and the gates were distinctly separated. Hyun-young raised his voice and sat down. Come in. Keek. Immediately the door opened, and Wei Lishan entered. I heard that Elder was looking for me. Hyun-young looked at him and smiled. Come in here. Ah, thank you. Wei Lishan sat down with a burdened expression. At first, the hospitality was nice. Hyun-young raised his voice and sat down. Come in. Keek. Immediately the door opened, and Wei Lishan entered. I heard that Elder was looking for me. Hyun-young looked at him and smiled. Come in here. Ah, thank you. Wei Lishan sat down with a burdened expression. At first, the hospitality was nice, but as he kept getting it, he began to feel weird. Isn't this too much? Han-young laughed at Wei Lishan's question. Listen carefully, Hua-young gate leader. Yes. Elder. You came here as the gate leader of Mount Hua, right? Yes. Does it belong to Mount Hua or not? Wei Lishan thought for a moment. It was because he didn't know the intention behind this question, so he was a bit hesitant. Of course, we belong to Mount Hua. He. Is what I think, but the main sect and the gates were distinctly separated. Even if not that, should NTW be referred to as a sub-sect instead these slang words for family? Right. Right. You know your thing. There was a little relief on Wei Lishan's face, who had managed to give the answer Hyun-young wanted. Then why do you ask such a thing? See, gate leader. Hyun-young took off the smile on his face. At first, he looked kind, but now his two eyes were smiling slyly like they were up to something. N-O-V-E-L-B-I-N-C, Aren't you thinking of making money? Ah. Hyun-young rubbed his fingers together. Money. It was at that moment Wei Lishan realized something terrible was happening. The day of the finals came quickly. As if the silence from the previous 2 days had been a lie, as soon as the sun broke the horizon, people began flocking in. Today is the finals. Until now, it has just been light entertainment. Now comes the real fights. Right. True. How can we go back after watching just the preliminary rounds? Everyone was looking excited. Why wouldn't they? A true battle wouldn't look much different from today. Although it was said that the prestigious sects had sent their strongest students, finally the wheat had been separated from the chaff. If such strong people were put against one another, people were bound to show up and watch. How many of them would one day become masters? The finals would be held, and this was where even famous people would get filtered out. Wasn't it known that those who gained fame here are the same people who would lead the world tomorrow? As a result, the crowd was much larger than before. So many. Right. What is with the people in the back? Are they selling something? Since there are so many people here, food has to be sold. Chang-myang. There are sugar candies here. Where? Where? Chang-myang looked around. Behind the crowd, food vendors were selling their refreshments. What is that? Ha! It seems a lot of people flocked over. Hyun-jong smiled at this. He. So many came. It seems like I am getting hungry from this. Sect leader, would you like to have something? No. He. So many came. So many came. It seems like I am getting hungry from this. Sect leader, would you like to have something? No. I will have to go up to the podium soon, so I don't have time. I will have to go up to the podium soon, so I don't have time to eat. He looked at the place with a smile and tilted his head like he had found something. But it doesn't look like they're selling anything, so why are people gathered over there? At Hyun-jong's words, Hyun-young narrowed his eyes. Red and blue table. Maybe a bet. Betting. Gambling. Doesn't it look that way? Hyun-jong's jaw was dangled open. Gee, gambling. In Shaolin. On the holy grounds of Shaolin. He. Does this mean Shaolin allowed it? No, even if they didn't allow it, the man has the courage to do so. I have lived long enough to see this. Ha. Right. I thought only our kids would make trouble. Right. I hope they aren't. Hyun-jong tilted his head. There was something strange about the merchant who was bringing the people to the back. Seems familiar. Ha. Same here. Doesn't he look like the Hwayoung Gate's leader? Right. Too similar. Similar. So similar they look the same. Hwayoung Gate. Hyun-jong mumbled. No, why is Wei Lishan there? It was then. Wei Lishan opened the fan in his hand to half cover his face and raised his voice. Come on up. You have to bet before the start. Before the start. You cannot bet once it starts. Those who have bet money take a token. Tokens without seals will not be exchanged, so never lose them. Seal. Token. Exchange. That. Hyun-jong, shocked, mumbled. What is he doing? Looks like he has opened a gambling table. You mean the gate leader just opened a stall? No, that crazy man. A guy gambling in Shaolin who was from Mount Hua. See what personalized content we have based on your browsing history. See what personalized content we have based on your browsing history. Discovery feed. Ads by PubFuture. Hyun-jong's face trembled and kept alternating between red and white over and over again. And when he came to his senses, he looked around. Where is he? Hwayoung Gate leader. No. The Wei Lishan, whom he knew wasn't the kind of person to do such things. There had to be someone else who had made him do it. Chang-myung. Where is that guy? Exclamation mark. Chang-myung. Chang-myung, who was buried in his sehyungs, poked his head out and hurried over to Hyun-jong. You bastard. What have you done? About what? That. Wasn't it you asked for that gambling table to be set up? Gambling table. Chang-myung looked to where Wei Lishan was. Wow, that man isn't normal either. Why didn't I think of this? It wasn't you. Yeah. It wasn't me. Hyun-jong was confused as Chang-myung really didn't seem to know about this. It wasn't Chang-myung. Who? Ahem. Then he heard a low cough from behind, and Hyun-jong turned his head like lightning. Hyun-young. Hyun-young, his beloved Saze, was smiling with a bashful smile. In a voice that had lost its life, Hyun-jong mumbled. It was you. What are you saying? Was it your doing? What are you talking about? Hyun-young shrugged his shoulders. What Wei Lishan is doing is his own thing. Even if I am an elder, I cannot interfere in the workings of the sub-sect. So, the gambling. In Shaolin. Hyun-young looked around as he approached Hyun-jong and wrapped his arms around the man's shoulder and pulled him in. I will give him half the earnings. The people here have more money than expected. The people who started that over there also agreed to give us half the money they earned. There was nothing saying not to gamble here. I went and figured it out. Hoo. Don't worry, sect leader. We can make a lot of money. Yeah. You full crazy idiot. Hyun-jong, who was trembling in anger, kicked Hyun-young on the ass. And screamed. I told Chang-myung to not make trouble and now an elder is the one who is doing it. Exclamation mark. Is this what an elder in the sect does? Shush. Lower your voice. Hyun-young came back and said it wasn't a huge deal. And whispered. This is what Hwayoung did. Mount Hua has nothing to do with this. Hyun-jong grabbed his neck at the pain coursing up it. This damn scoundrel. Now even the elders were doing crazy things. Why, you bastard? You have no pride. Where is the pride in Mount Hua? And does pride make us money? We need money. Money. Kuak. And Hyun-young smiled and pulled Chung-young to himself. Don't worry. This guy will save the pride and face of Mount Hua. Isn't that right, Chung-young? Yes. But can I bet too? Yes. Will you bet on you winning? Absolutely. Right. Let's see the big money we make. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Hyun-jong closed his eyes as he looked at the two of them smiling in a similar way. To overrule their sect leader. This is a sect which has no perfect answer. Hyun-jong's life seemed to be getting better and better each day on Mount Hua, but it also seemed like his life was getting equally more difficult. Chapter 286, The End is Another Beginning, 1. Just because the finals had started, didn't mean anything had changed. Was it because the atmosphere had already been a little more serious, and the expectations could only be a little higher? The seats of the sect leaders were still up on the podium. The only thing that had changed, albeit minutely, was the layout. The 9 great sects won union. And it was the same for the 5 great families. Hyun-jong glanced down at his chair. No, he confirmed that it was his chair. The front. Everyone had been Just because the finals had started, didn't mean anything had changed. Was it because the atmosphere had already been a little more serious, and the expectations could only be a little higher? The seats of the sect leaders were still up on the podium. The only thing that had changed, albeit minutely, was the layout. The 9 great sects won union. And it was the same for the 5 great families. And it was the same for the 5 great families. Hyun-jong glanced down at his chair. No, he confirmed that it was his chair. The front. Everyone had been shifted, and now his seat wasn't in the second row, it was now in the frontmost row. His chair was added right next to the seats of the 9 great sects and 5 great families. The seating arrangements really don't matter, but I am a little embarrassed because the sect leader with the most disciples in the finals is made to sit in the second row. The words of Tang Gunak had made a decisive blow. In the end, the sect leaders who had sensitive ears simply agreed and moved. Although this was only an evaluation based on their performance, Mount Hua was recognized as good enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the other sects. If things had been normal, blinking at the man was the only consideration they needed to show. But only if things were normal. Unfortunately, even the current Hyun-jong wasn't normal. The sounds of the other sect leaders gossiping could be heard around him. Gambling. People are gambling in the holy land of Shaolin, what the hell? What sect are they from? I heard he is the gate leader of the Huayang Gate. Huayang Gate. Has anyone ever heard of them before? Whenever Huayang Gate and gambling came up, Hyunjong flinched as if someone had poked him in the ass. This. As he had thought, it might be better to run away right now. But since he had already climbed up the podium, he couldn't do it. At that moment, Wudang sect's Hyo Jinan smiled subtly and opened his mouth. Huyang Gate. In a slightly low voice, he mumbled. It seems like a place I know. Hyunjong's face paled as he looked at him. In the past, Mount Hua had collided with Wudang for Huayang. Hyo Jinan, who was from Wudang, was bound to know that Huayang Gate was from Mount Hua. Hyo Jinan looked at Hyunjong and smiled. But Hyunjong felt like this smile was from a viper. You know the Huayang Gate. How is the Wudang sect able to know such a place? Come on, speak up, sect leader. We need to act now. Hearing this, Hyunjong was sweating bullets trying to think about how to deal with all this. Is there a problem? Tang Gunak, who noticed this, spoke up and said to the other sect leaders. This is Shaolin. Right. Doesn't that mean it is forbidden? Would we even care about gambling if it wasn't in Shaolin? N-O-V-E-L-B-J-N.C. You do not understand, it means that the Shaolin will be the one handling the situation here. At that, everyone shut their mouths. I understand you were worried, but please be careful with your words and actions. Each and every rebuke could be considered a criticism of Shaolin. If one has common sense, who would dare open such a stall without Shaolin's permission? At those words, and in unison, all looked at the abbot. The abbot, who looked at their expressions, smiled. Isn't that all right? Abbot. But this is the sacred ground of Shaolin. Ads by Pub Future. He was a bit flustered with so many gazes on him, but the abbot smiled. I never thought of Shaolin as a sacred place. The abbot lightly joined his hands together. It is impossible to say that Shaolin is a common temple like any other in the world. Having said that, all we have is a lot of people who believe in this. Is it such a great place if so many gather, but are unable to enjoy themselves? Seeing this, the sect leaders all coughed and agreed, and the abbot smiled. Isn't it enough that I am strict with my disciples? It is impossible for us to scold other sects' disciples who came to watch the competition. As soon as those words fell, words of praise poured out. As expected of the abbot. Hoo-hoo. Right, this should be a place that is enjoyed to the fullest. It didn't matter if the logic was right. If the abbot of the Shaolin sect says so, it is irrefutable. All the people gathered here were sect leaders, leading some of the largest sects of the world, yet no one dared speak back to this man. That was the strength that Shaolin had built. Hyunjong normally would have felt thrilled at what he saw, but now he could only sigh in relief as this matter had been resolved. It feels like my lifespan has been reduced by 10 years. After regaining his youth, which seemingly had extended his life, this buffer between death seemed to be eroded away with each day. Hyunjong secretly sighed, and looked at the disciples of Mount Hua with sharp eyes. It is fine to lose my life, but you need to get good results in this competition unconditionally. Their name had already been blown away, so get the right results. At least the results. You damned idiots! Exclamation mark. Does it seem like sect leader is having a hard time? At Bak Cheon's words, Chung Myung looked away, not being able to understand. The gambling one. That. Right. Chung Myung clapped. I have to bet too. Chung Myung put his hand in his sleeve and pulled something out. Well, how did you bring that money? Money is meant to be invested. Look, bringing it has its uses. It gave him the momentum to sweep away the gambling board. Hee. Bak Chon shook his head looking at Chung Myung's bright smile. But instead of scolding him for it, he looked at Chung Myung with warm eyes. What is with those eyes? Suddenly I hate him but Sasuk. I am leaving everything to Sasuk in the first round. You know what will happen if you lose. I need to make some money, so make sure to move according to how I bet. If you don't want to use a pickaxe in the coal mine, you'd better win even if it means death. Such warm words from Sajal to Sasuk. Chung Myung. Can I ask you one thing? When did I say no? Feel free to ask. Who do you think will win? Chung Myung looked at him with a pathetic gaze. Then, Bak Chon smiled and said, Except you. Who is most likely to be a winner except you? Except me. Chung Myung thought about it. Ads by Pub Future. Chung Young lightly touched his chin. I don't know. Don't know. Of course, I know who is the strongest. But a spar isn't necessarily won by the strongest. Just as Bak Chan was about to ask him to explain, Chung Young said, but I still see those who have a chance. First, the one from Shaolin. Bak Chan nodded his head. Hey Yun, was it? That one punch. That alone seemed enough to put his name on the winning list. No one who watched that spar would disagree. Chung Young thought for a moment and said, ah, and the Namgung family too. The mention of Namgung The mention of Namgung's Du Wei made Bak Chan frown. There is one from Wudang and another from the Hebei Peng family. And should Jin Jiam Ryong be put on that list too? Some will have a hard time dealing with him. Namgung, Wudang, and Peng. All of them had made names for themselves. Aside from those three, is this another except for them question? No. Then, Chung Young frowned. Without me, it would be Sasok who reigns, isn't that natural? What? Not confident? Bak Chan bit his lips which were twitching. Not confident. At that moment, Mount-Hua's Bak Chan. Bak Chan got up from his seat and looked back at Chung Young. Wait, I will prove it and come back. Ah. And he walked to the stage in the most beautiful form. There was no better picture of Bak Chan wearing his black robe and walking with broad shoulders. Seeing that beautiful figure, Chung Young smiled. Such a simple mind. That was a lie. Of course, Bak Chan was one of the 100 contenders. And if he looked at the probabilities, there were 3 likely outcomes. But winning would be difficult. Because there was one monster. Chung Young's eyes fell on where Shaolin's disciples were sitting. Hey Yun, was it? He was a guy who could not be defeated. Current Bak Chan would have trouble dealing with him. Of course, it wasn't like there was no way to win. But as he had mentioned previously, when talking about skill, it wasn't a dragged-out conversation. Maybe in a few years, Bak Chan could grow exponentially in comparison to now. Ah, and Chung Young scratched his head. I didn't talk about the other one from the Southern Edge sect. Well, it would be fine. Bak Chan, who went to the stage, looked at his opponent and smiled. Clearly, his name was Jong Soen. A second-class disciple. He was someone who was relegated to the sidelines and left in the shadow of Jin Jiam Ryong. Jong Soen looked at Bak Chan and smiled. Thus, I ended up meeting the handsome white dragon. Have you come with a prepared mind? Find out more. Bak Chan looked at him and looked at where the disciples of Southern Edge were gathered. Jin Jiam Ryong was staring at him with cold eyes. Where are you looking? You've got a vain reputation and it seems like you are fine. You don't deserve to be called Sehyung though. You haven't forgotten, right? Your disciples of Mount Hua have been below us. You are all reaping your luck next to Mount Hua's divine dragon. A sharp provocation. But Bak Chan was a calm person. Ah, right. I agree. Ah. I said, I agree. Jong Soen looked at Bak Chan. Are you saying that you have no pride? How could you be calm after hearing such words? But Bak Chan continued to speak in a calm manner. The second-class disciples of Mount Hua never defeated the Southern Edge sect, and my reputation is clearly overstated. But why does it matter? SRNG. Bak Chan drew his sword. If I haven't won before, I just need to win from now on, and if I have a reputation, I just need to make sure that it doesn't get brought down. I am sorry, but the disciples of Mount Hua aren't the same as before. You. Seeing Jong Soen angry, Bak Chan smiled. It was surprising. In the past, he trained all this time to defeat his brother, but looking back now, he would have never been able to defeat any disciple of Southern Edge. There was a huge difference between Mount Hua and Southern Edge. Ah. One correction. At Bak Cheon's words, Jong Soen's eyes looked doubtful. Mount Hua doesn't cling to the past, but I guess I cling to the past as I am a little timid. The memories of me being smashed in the past are still clear to me. Bak Chan tapped his temple with his finger, and Jong Soen frowned and said, "Don't worry. I will make new memories for you. The experience of being smashed again in front of so many people will not be easy, so it will remain with you for the rest of your life." "That is true." Bak Chan smiled brightly. "As you said, it was Chung Myung who defeated Southern Edge and not us. But now we have a chance, and if I beat you, Jin Jiam Ryong will be next." And looking at Jong Sohen's bright blue eyes, "I will completely cut the ties Southern Edge has with Mount Hua with my own hands. Watch it. I will prove that the Southern Edge sect is no longer an opponent for Mount Hua." Bak Chan took the stance of the 24-movement plum blossom sword technique and raised his sword. The unique black and pure white chi. A sword that shone in the sunlight. Everything looked outstanding. He had the appearance of a hero from a story. All the people were mesmerized by it. Save only one. Jong Soen couldn't look at him like that. "Let's see if that sword is as sharp as your mouth." "Don't worry, it is sharp." "Ugh." Jong Soen, who was pushed back with words, grunted and drew his sword. Bak Chan turned his head and looked at his brother. Jin Jiam Ryong had a cold look as usual. "Take a good look, Hyang." The Southern Edge would fall from the hands of Bak Chan and not Chung Myung. This would be the last piece of consideration he would show to his family. Looking at the stage, Yoon Jong clenched his fists. "Chung Myung, Sasuk will win, right?" No answer came. "Chung Myung." When Yoon Jong turned, Chung Myung's chair was empty, and only Jo Gul stood there next to him with a shaky expression. He went to collect money. For real. This sect was walking backward. Very desirable, you damned man. Chapter 287, The End is Another Beginning. Chapter 287, The End is Another Beginning, 2. Now. You cannot bet when the match starts. Now is your last chance. Wei Lishan spoke at the top of his voice. Otherwise, no one would be able to hear him, because people had already begun screaming. No. I want to bet money, so why aren't you taking it? Exclamation mark. Now. You cannot bet when the match starts. Now is your last chance. Wei Lishan spoke at the top of his voice. Otherwise, no one would be able to hear him, because people had already begun screaming. No. I want to bet money, so why aren't you taking it? Exclamation mark. I am betting on Jong Soen. 100 coins on Bak Chon. Get out. 500 on Jong Soen. Put your money on the table. Get out. Look. I want to bet 1,000 on Jong Soen. 50. 50 from me. What, only 50? Get some sweets instead. Shut it, you rich bastards. I have the right to bet. What kind of gambling table only allows rich people? Owner. Where is my token? People ran around madly, and some even started to wave the money in their hands. Soheng, collect their money and give out the tokens. Don't forget to put the seal on it. Yes, father. And, we may never know, so record the personal information of the people who made bets and gave us money. They might lose their tokens. Yes. Wei Soheng and the disciples of Huayang Gate took the money and began to work by writing down the bettors' personal information. Everyone was sweating in this crazy situation. Hurry. Please do it quickly. This is where the betting begins. What is this man? Exclamation mark. What's going on with his swordsmanship? Exclamation mark. Poking the sword into my stomach. Ah, don't push. Don't push. Excited gamblers scrambled to their knees. And there was a person who looked happy at this crazy time. How is it? Hyun Young, who was looking at the situation with Bak Sang, smiled brightly. This is how you make money. What do you think? Unlike Hyun Young, who looked happy, Bak Sang was unable to shake off the strange feeling. Is this really fine? Could money really be made in this way? Even by using a sub-sect? That elder. This is fine. Still, they are a sub-sect of Mount Hua, and here. And do these sects not eat rice? Ha! Sarcastically Hyun Young said. Money doesn't fall from the sky just because we are stuck in the mountains honing our Tao. From now on, you have to feed the bastards who cannot do anything other than wield a knife. You should be able to live by peeling off the skin. It was a heartbreaking remark which came from experience. No matter how much you make, money is money. If it isn't harming people or being earned in an illegal way, it is good to earn a little more. Bak Sang was beginning to sweat at the eyes of Hyun Young, which had begun to shine. C. I think Elder has changed a lot more than I thought. Perhaps this was his influence too, for sure. For the sake of Tao, we need to get money. Right. And why do you think Shaolin was able to do this? For Marsha. Because they have a lot of money. Hyun Young said with bloodshot eyes. In most other places, even warriors who have achieved amazing feats must perform work to earn a penny or solve problems. But in Shaolin, just open the door, and money will come flowing in, so they can practice their Tao and martial arts without worrying. So they get to be strong. Damn it. I am so envious. This is where you need to make money. Remember, how much money you earn determines how strong Mount Hua can get. Don't take your role lightly. I will keep that in mind. Pressed down by the pressure exuding from Hyun Young, and thinking that the situation here was a bit different from what he had thought, Bak Sang stepped back. It was then. Wek. Tuck. A large wad of paper flew in from somewhere. Ads by Pub Future. Wei Lishan's eyes widened as if they were about to tear up. Wei Lishan spoke at the top of his voice. Otherwise, no one would be. Get out. 500 on Jong Soen. Put your money on the table. Get out. Look. I want to bet 1,000 on Jong Soen. 50. 50 from me. What, only 50? Get some sweets instead. Shut it, you rich bastards. I have the right to bet. What kind of gambling table only allows rich people? Owner. Where is my token? People ran around madly, and some even started to wave the money in their hands. Soheng, collect their money and give out the tokens. Don't forget to put the seal on it. Yes, father. And, we may never know, so record the personal information of the people who made bets and gave us money. They might lose their tokens. Yes. Wei Soheng and the disciples of Huayang Gate took the money and began to work by writing down the bettors' personal information. Everyone was sweating in this crazy situation. Hurry. Please do it quickly. This is where the betting begins. What is this man? Exclamation mark. What's going on with his swordsmanship? Exclamation mark. Poking the sword into my stomach. Ah, don't push. Don't push. Excited gamblers scrambled to their knees. And there was a person who looked happy at this crazy time. How is it? Hyun Young, who was looking at the situation with Bak Sang, smiled brightly. This is how you make money. What do you think? Unlike Hyun Young, who looked happy, Bak Sang was unable to shake off the strange feeling. Is this really fine? Could money really be made in this way? Even by using a sub-sect? That elder. This is fine. Still, they are a sub-sect of Mount Hua, and here. And do these sects not eat rice? Ha! Sarcastically Hyun Young said. Money doesn't fall from the sky just because we are stuck in the mountains honing our Tao. From now on, you have to feed the bastards who cannot do anything other than wield a knife. You should be able to live by peeling off the skin. It was a heartbreaking remark which came from experience. No matter how much you make, money is money. If it isn't harming people or being earned in an illegal way, it is good to earn a little more. Bak Sang was beginning to sweat at the eyes of Hyun Young, which had begun to shine. C. I think Elder has changed a lot more than I thought. Perhaps this was his influence too, for sure. For the sake of Tao, we need to get money. Right. And why do you think Shaolin was able to do this? For Marsha. Because they have a lot of money. Hyun Young said with bloodshot eyes. In most other places, even warriors who have achieved amazing feats must perform work to earn a penny or solve problems. But in Shaolin, just open the door, and money will come flowing in, so they can practice their Tao and martial arts without worrying. So they get to be strong. Damn it. I am so envious. This is where you need to make money. Remember, how much money you earn determines how strong Mount Hua can get. Don't take your role lightly. I will keep that in mind. Pressed down by the pressure exuding from Hyun Young, and thinking that the situation here was a bit different from what he had thought, Bak Sang stepped back. It was then. Wek. Tuck. A large wad of paper flew in from somewhere. Ads by Pub Future. Wei Lishan's eyes widened as if they were about to tear apart and confirmed what came in. Large checks with official seals. Money slips. All these were that. Then how much is this? A familiar voice pierced the ear of Wei Lishan, who couldn't dare touch it. 10,000 on Mount Hua's back Chon. Everything went silent. All eyes turned to the source of the sound, and Wei Lishan shouted. D disciple Chung Nyang. Chung Nyang walked ahead with a grin. Can I bet? Wei Lishan turned his head. Oh, of course, but where did all this money come from? I have a lot of money. Wei Lishan opened his mouth at those confident words. And not just him, even the people around Bak Sang were shocked. The crazy man. How could a Taoist bet? No. Of course, Mount Hua was the one putting up the gambling table, so he couldn't blame them, but... Still, we are working under the name of Huayang Gate. Wearing a robe engraved with Mount Hua's plum blossom and gambling. That crazy bastard. Elder, I will kill him. Hoo. How did he get 10,000? After all, it is our Chung Yang. Well, he knows how to get things. What a cute one. Elder. It looks like something is wrong with your eyes. Cute one. He should be stopped. Why? Why? Because everyone is watching. When Bak Sang hesitated, Hyun-young snorted. Still, we are working under the name of Hua-young Gate. Wearing a robe engraved with Mount Hua's plum blossom and gambling. That crazy bastard. Elder, I will kill him. Hoo. How did he get 10,000? After all, it is our Chung-young. Well, he knows how to get things. What a cute one. Elder. It looks like something is wrong with your eyes. Cute one. He should be stopped. Why? Why? Because everyone is watching. When Bak Sang hesitated, Hyun-young snorted. This is a table in Shaolin. Is there any rule on who can gamble and who should NT? Wait and see. Ah. Bak Sang turned in the direction Hyun-young was pointing. People flocked for tokens. Are you sure? Ah. Are these the correct money slips? Before Wei Lishan could certify it, someone picked it up and began to check it. This is the Continental Battle Officer's slip. This is genuine. Who are you? I am the one who makes a living there. I am an employee of the Hebei branch. You are, I remember seeing you in Hebei. A brief conversation that came to an abrupt end. When it was confirmed that these 10,000 Nyang money slips were genuine, people's eyes began to widen. 10,000. In an instant, the bet was multiplied several times. The eyes of the gamblers who were looking at the amount turned. 10,000 on Bak Chon of Mount Hua. The opponent is Southern Edge Sect's Jong Soen though. Bak Cheon's name might be more well known, but that didn't account for much. It could not be said with certainty that Bak Chon will win. The Southern Edge Sect is also a sect that is known to have a good fighting ability. There is a chance. Finally, a riot broke out. Even those who looked around were biting their lips. Those who had been quick to lay down their initial bets had brought in more money. Kuak. Shut it and take the money. 100 more. What is this? Exclamation mark. Take the money and check right away. Hyun-young smiled at this. Yes. Yes. Hurry up and pour them all in. The bigger the bets, the higher the fees. Hopefully, the business for today would generate several months' worth of expenses for Mount Hua. If the bet is raised like that, they will start to re-evaluate. Keep an eye on what Chung-young is doing. Bak Sang realized why Hyun-young liked Chung-young so much. Ads by Pub Future. In the meantime, more bets were being made. And the spar was soon to commence. This is where it ends. Take the money. How can you stop here? I need to stop before the match. There will be another round, so please understand. They haven't even started it yet. You should take more bets until their swords are drawn. Accept it. Just this one. Take this one. Wei Lishan was sweating and glanced at Chung-young. Chung-young nodded, and Wei Lishan nodded back. Then I will take only those who are here. It worked out, and somehow the stakes were settled. Wei Lishan wiped away his sweat and approached Chung-young. Thanks to disciple Chung-young, the betting grew, thank you. Chung-young slowly turned his head, and suddenly Hyun-young was smiling. Chung-young smiled. What? Everything has to be working out. It is Hua-young who is doing this, but it was Mount Hua who orchestrated this play. Mount Hua would share the fee with Shaolin. So the bigger the fees collected, the more money Mount Hua would make. So Hyun-young was bound to be happy. But, disciple Chung-young, is this really fine? If you lose, will all your money be lost? Lose? Chung-young smiled. Bak Chon Sasuk. I am not ignoring the skills of disciple Bak Chon. But the results aren't out yet. Right. When the two are on the same level 1. Ah. Just because a tiger catches a cold, it doesn't mean that it will lose to a rabbit. So. And, losing is fine. I will get my money back by selling Sasuk's house. Wei Lishan shook his head, looking at the shining eyes of Chung-young. But where did you get the money from? Did you? Ah. I was always rich. Ah. To be precise, my Sehyung was rich. But what about it? This marvelous Saze would be the one spending it, and he could not even say anything. Right. Sehyung. I will see you later. See. He likes this so much. Chung Myung giggled and looked at the stage. Now, Sasuk needs to do well and make money. On the stage, Jong Soen roared at Bak Chon. I will twist that mouth of yours. I won't be merciful with you just because you are my Sehyung's younger brother. At that, Bak Chon laughed. Whose younger brother? It seems like you don't know anything about Hyun despite being with him for that long. What are you saying? That person doesn't care about blood relations. Rather, he is a person who is harsher on those with blood ties. Jin Jeom Ryong was like that. Of course, that wasn't necessarily an insult. It just didn't go well with Bak Cheon's character. My family is Mount Hua. Bak Chon looked at his opponent with low eyes and said, I am talking about this. A swordsman proving himself with sword in hand. Jong Soen went silent. He couldn't agree with the human named Bak Chon, but he had no choice but to agree with those words. He, too, was a swordsman. Jong Soen waved his sword lightly and then tightly grasped it. After checking the sword in his hand, Bak Chon also clenched his 12-movement snowflower sword. Take a sneak peek at our latest recommendations here. Take a sneak peek at our latest recommendations here. Discovery feed. Ads by PubFuture. It was a technique he saw several times already. The sword that Jin Jeom Ryong and the other disciples used to destroy the Mount Hua disciples. And the technique completely shattered by Chung Myung. But it couldn't be ignored completely. Because it isn't a normal technique. Bak Chon took a deep breath. 3 years back, he was unilaterally defeated, unable to handle this technique. No, in fact, defeat felt like the wrong word. He was hit hard. So now, he had to prove it. How strong Mount Hua can be. And how strong I am. Beyond the technique of Southern Edge. TAAA. From the tip of Jong Sohan's sword, who was rushing with a scream, white flowers began to bloom. As expected. They weren't fully developed, but they were visible. The flower blooming from the sword had a much sharper shape than in the past. The white petals which were blooming swept to Bak Chon with the wind. They looked amazing. A sword that was dazzling. Obviously, in the past, he would have been too stunned, not knowing what to do. But what? Bak Chon frowned. Amazing and dazzling. The sight he could see was a series of sword techniques that could give rise to goosebumps. Yet, there felt something empty about his opponent's sword. In an instant, Bak Cheon's sword shone with red sword chi. Chak. When Bak Chon lightly swung the sword, the petals flew away like they were being torn apart by the wind. This. Jong Soen, who was running, was startled and stepped back. Bak Chon looked at him with a serious expression and shook his head. It is empty. Why you? Now I understand the meaning of Chung Myung's words. People pay attention to the beautiful flowers of the plum blossoms, but it is said that the hard roots which dig into the ground are what makes them bloom. Mount Hua had been training hard to build such roots. And that process would continue into the future too. Not to be glamorous, but to have the heaviness which supports its splendor. But not the Southern Edge sect. They just made the blooming flowers look more dazzling. Then the more they did, the more they didn't realize that the tree was dying. Southern Edge sect is done for. Scary bastard. Bak Chon only now understood what Chung Myung's words meant and relaxed his shoulders. And put weight onto his lower body. To avoid making the same mistakes as them. I will show you. I don't know if you can understand by looking at it. Bak Chon slashed his sword in the air. Plum blossoms of Mount Hua bloom. The reason plum blossoms bloom again is because of the plum trees. What they pursue isn't the flower, but the tree that makes them. This was life. Red petals bloomed from the tip of Bak Cheon's sword aimed at the opponent. One after another. The flower petals that bloomed spread out and filled the entire place in red. Overwhelmingly it was a reddish-black color. This. It was similar. It was obviously their technique, the snow flower technique, but different too. He couldn't put it into words, but it felt different at the same time. Something lacking in his own sword was there in the sword of Mount Hua's disciple. What is different? Jong Soen clenched his teeth and shook his sword. The white petals bloomed up from the sword. However, his white petals couldn't withstand the plum blossom petals. The pure white petals collided with plum blossom petals, and they melted like snow in the warm sun. This cannot be. No. Jong Soen grabbed his sword, screamed, and ran into the plum blossom forest. N. He is saying that the outcome has already been decided since Bak Chan is on another level compared to his opponent. Chapter 287, The End is Another Beginning, 2. Now. You cannot bet when the match starts. Chapter 288, The End is Another Beginning, 3. Roaring, Jong Soen rushed into the plum blossom forest in front of him and clenched his teeth tightly, gripping the sword in his hand. It seemed that all the plum blossoms around had a mind of their own as they moved. A single swing. However, the flowering plum blossoms swayed back with his swing but quickly floated forwards again. No matter how much force he used, he couldn't stop their approach. This could not be. This made no sense. Jong Soen almost lost his mind in anger. The Southern Edge Mount Hua Conference. That terrible memory was still ingrained in Jong Soen's mind. That moment when he was completely annihilated by the disciples of Mount Hua, who they had failed to see in the shadow of Mount Hua's divine dragon. After that day, the mood of the Southern Edge sect changed. The number of Sehyungs, who were happy, decreased, and everyone became nervous. A feeling of defeat had sunk into them as they had never failed before. The more they did, the more Jong Soen clung to his sword. The humiliation suffered there had to be paid back in full. He believed that a chance for this humiliation to be repaid would show itself to him if he religiously practiced his sword, his proper sword. But why did this happen? He couldn't understand. He would have accepted this if he had neglected his training, even just once. If he hadn't given up the thought of ignoring Mount Hua after the last conference, he would have blamed himself and let his hopes be broken. But he didn't. He fought with his mind and stuck to practicing. Then why were such results forming? No. Jong Soen clenched his teeth and swung his sword. His sword wasn't the wrong one. The sword of Southern Edge could not be wrong. His sword with pure white petals. The pure white flowers were all blooming in a dazzling sight that was more beautiful and lively than the plum blossoms of his opponent. This was a story where he pushed himself to his limits and went all in. But the moment he bumped into Bak Cheon's plum blossoms, his strength was sapped, and he collapsed. Jong Soen's eyes began to tremble. Just why? Why couldn't he tackle those plum blossoms? The 12-movement snow flower technique was a martial art that the Southern Edge sect's elders had created after decades of research. It was the result of them finding their own older techniques lackluster and unsatisfying. And this was the same technique that had defeated the disciples of Mount Hua, which felt good for nothing. This made no sense. This was unreasonable. Damn it. This is nonsense. Jong Soen cried it out. And Bak Cheon's eyes turned cold. He could hear what his opponent was saying. The cry resembled the scream of Bak Cheon, who once shouted in front of Jin Jiam Ryong. Just 3 years. During these 3 years, their positions were changed. Where did this difference come from? Bak Cheon glanced away from the stage and looked at Chung Myung, who was in his chair. Don't laugh, you idiot. It was like Chung Myung was asking him. Do you now realize how valuable the last 3 years were? Bak Cheon clenched his sword. Even if they spent the same amount of time and put in the same amount of effort, it was meaningless if they didn't go in the right direction. Now, Bak Cheon had to prove that fact. Through this man. Bak Cheon swung his sword, which still had a subtle red glow. The plum blossoms of Bak Cheon grew again and covered Jong Soen. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, his world had turned into red petals. How? His eyes widened with shock. Did this mean he was feeling this desperate in the face of Bak Cheon, someone who wasn't even Chung Myung? Damn it. Whoa. Desperately swinging his sword again and again. He had forgotten about his expression, and like a madman, he just kept swinging at the red plum petals, which seemed indifferent to him. And slash. Slash. The plum blossom petals that flew with the warm spring breeze instantly slashed his body. Ads by Pub Future. And as soon as they did, the plum blossoms of Mount Hua disappeared as if they had been a lie. Jong Soen shook his head and looked at Bak Cheon. SRNG. Bak Cheon was sheathing his sword. A tree without roots will wither and die. No matter how colorful the petals were, they would still be empty. I don't know if you will understand, though. Thud. Jong Soen had fallen over. A cold silence seemed to settle on everyone. Bak Chan looked at his brother. Their eyes met. Brothers who walked down different paths were now looking at each other. And it wasn't hostility. A person who bears a sword must prove themselves through to the end. Both Bak Chan and Jin Jiam Ryong know that in order to prove themselves, they have to defeat their opponent. After a while, Bak Chan finally turned his gaze away and started coming down the stage. Ah! At the sight of a swordsman walking down draped in a black robe and with a valiant look. Hot cheers poured in. Whoa! The best! What the hell was that? Like a mountain full of flowers. Mount Hua. Yes. It was Mount Hua. The plum blossoms of Mount Hua. I guess it was no metaphor when they say that Mount Hua's disciples brought plum blossoms in their swords. Amazing. For real. The cheers were strong. It was a fact that everyone knew. The disciples of Mount Hua had been winning their matches till now. However, it had all been done without their swords. The swords of Mount Hua hadn't been seen till now. And now, Bak Chan showed him the sword of Mount Hua, the plum blossoms within it, which was known to be the most splendid one of all. So it was natural that everyone was excited. Plum blossom swordsmen. Right. What is that? The swordsman who learns the plum blossom sword technique of Mount Hua. A thing of the past. Hee hee. What a funny name. I don't understand how that sect is called weak with such a technique. Isn't this so fantastic? Even though prestigious sects sometimes decline, they never fully go down. Look. Isn't it coming back strong and blooming into life? It literally is blooming. Ha ha ha. The people all looked at Bak Chan and the disciples of Mount Hua with eyes full of excitement. What do Murim people like? Everyone has different tastes, but there were a few common things that everyone enjoyed. One was the emergence of something new. And the other was when a warrior of an unknown sect defeated a much better known sect's disciples. And the last was when a sect that was in the process of crumbling found new hope and regained its name. Coincidentally, right now, Mount Hua was showing all three of these things at the same time. So for a moment, everyone was going crazy over Mount Hua. Sehyang. Sasok. When Bak Chan returned, the disciples all rushed to him with excitement. All of their faces were red. The fact that he had overwhelmingly defeated a disciple of the Southern Edge sect in front of so many people held special meaning for Mount Hua. There was nothing arrogant about it. But Bak Chan responded slowly as if it wasn't such a huge deal. The good thing is he isn't as late as Jin Jiam Ryong. His eyes sank low. He had to defeat Jin Jiam Ryong to defeat the Southern Edge sect. Let's go then. Yes, Sehyang. Of course, Sasok. The disciples of Mount Hua all seemed happy. Although being the great Sehyang, only now did he get to do his role properly. Watching Bak Chan break down Jong Soen, even the slightest doubts these other disciples had were blown away. If Bak Chan broke Jin Jiam Ryong like this, Mount Hua would never be swayed again by the name of Southern Edge. The feud ends here. After this competition, the Southern Edge will no longer be a huge name for Mount Hua. Jin Jiam Ryong glared at the disciples of Mount Hua with cold eyes. Bak Chan. Not Dong Ryong but Bak Chan. The name of the person who used to be his brother was now his enemy. I don't like this. Ads by Pub Future. Bak Chan didn't suit his actions. Pretending to be confident but trembling in fear was what suited him. Sehyang that. Jin Jiam Ryong took his gaze away. All the sajays had gloomy eyes. Straighten your shoulders. Sehyang. Do not show your disappointment to the people of Mount Hua. Are you afraid that something bad will happen? Still, you people are the disciples of the great Southern Edge sect. Everyone felt a chill run through them at those words and forcibly straightened their shoulders. The loss was unexpected, but it changes nothing. In the end, all I need to do is win. Yes, Sehyang. Jin Jiam Ryong's gaze turned to Bak Chan again, and his eyes looked colder when he saw that expressionless face. Don't be cocky. At first, he didn't care about Bak Chan. There was growth, but he didn't think it was something special. And since they shared the same blood, he didn't care. He was a weak kid who didn't do anything properly because he had gone to Mount Hua. The problem wasn't Bak Chan even now. Chang Myung. Jin Jiam Ryong's eyes turned to Chang Myung, who was giggling in front of the gambling table. You have time to do that. Clench. Jin Jiam Ryong mumbled. Don't worry. I will defeat Mount Hua's divine dragon and restore the honor of the Southern Edge sect. And then those stupid people will know who the real heroes are. Of course, Sehyang. Sehyung will win. Half faith and half fear. Those soulless words weren't really taken in by Jin Ryong. After all, it was enough to prove them with results. But one was silent. Why aren't you saying anything? At Jin Ryong's question, Lee Song-bak raised his head. Jin Ryong looked at him, who appeared silent the whole time. An indifferent face. He doesn't mess around with me. And he had a face like he wanted to say something. What do you think? I don't know what you are asking. Do you think I can defeat Mount Hua's divine dragon? Lee Song-bak glanced back at Chung Myung and then looked back at his Sehyung. I know one thing. What is it? The opponent for you is your younger brother. So, Lee Song-bak said. Can someone who doesn't see their opponent in front of him aim to be bigger? At his words, the younger disciples were enraged. You! How dare you say that to our Sehyung? Jin Ryong raised his hand and stopped them. Leave him alone. Sehyung. And he looked at Lee Song-bak coldly. He will know later if I am right or wrong. Lee Song-bak only bowed his head. The sharp eyes of his Sehyungs didn't leave him for a long time. He simply sighed. This isn't. Talks done with hotheads couldn't really be called talks. The Southern Edge sect had already lost the time it had. It was now narrow-minded and unable to sympathize with others. Disciple Chung Myung. What do you think? He looked at Chung Myung. This spar was won by Disciple Bak Chon of Mount Hua. Those who bet on Bak Chon, come and take your money. Ooh ha 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 ha. Chung Myung ran towards them. Wei Lishan smiled and took the token from Chung Myung. Let's see. Disciple gave us 10,000 Niangs. Some of the money collected by Wei Lishan was pulled back, and the rest was all pushed to Chung Myung. Since Chung Myung had given the highest stakes there, he got the largest cut. Here. Check out our recommendations curated just for you. Check out our recommendations curated just for you. Discovery feed. Ads by PubFuture. He he he. Here it is. Chung Myung flicked some back to Wei Lishan. Ah, no, you don't have to give. If I take all of this, I will get a stomachache. Take some. I am thankful then. But how am I supposed to take? Before Wei Lishan could finish speaking, Chung Myung took something from his arms and unfolded it. Ah! He took a large cloth sack, and Wei Lishan opened his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Chung Myung started to sweep the remaining money into it. He pushed the gold, silver, and any money slips into the sack and tied it. And suddenly turned his head. Sehyung. Ah! Joe Gul, who was looking at Chung Myung, flinched. Take this. Chung Myung threw the sack at him. Tack. Surprised by the heaviness, Joe Gul flinched. Yeah. What is this supposed to mean? Leave it in the middle of our group. No one can steal it then. Can I keep this? No. Chung Myung laughed. This is just the beginning for us. I need to rob all the people in here. Wow, that is good. You got all that. How much is that? At the end of the day, it doubled my money. I had put up 10,000. You say you gave 10,000 at once and brought more back. Greed grew in the eyes of people who noticed. They realized that this wasn't small gambling. Even those who weren't too interested in the sight of small Chung Myung, with his huge sack, became interested when they heard how much was in it. Wei Lishan cleared his throat. Let's start. This time, it is Moko of the Beggars Union and Mount Hua's Joe Gul. 10,000 for Mount Hua's Joe Gul. Tack. Another bet for 10,000. All the gamblers there were shocked. Chung Myung, who had placed it, asked. What? You won't take the bet? As soon as his words fell, the others began to pounce in like they were starving. 500 for Moko. 300 for Moko. Didn't you lose a lot earlier? Don't be stupid. I can win it all back at once. I might get even more. No, I can earn dozens of it. Seeing this chaos, Chung Myung smiled. Making money will be so easy. He wished such competitions were held more often, then he would be the richest person in the world. Seeing Chung Myung drenched in his own dreams, Joe Gul shook his head. And now was his time to prepare, and Bak Chon summoned him. Joe Gul. Yes, Sasuk. When Joe Gul turned to Bak Chon, the man had a serious expression. Do not underestimate your opponent. They aren't an easy one to beat. Do your best to win. Are you saying to use the plum blossom sword technique? N, O, vel, B, in, C, Om. Use it if you have to. I understand. Zhou Gul's eyes shone. He did his best to defeat the opponent, and like Bak Chon, he got cheered on by the crowd. Sehyang. Sehyang. I bet my money on Sehyang. You knew you would die if you lost, right? Exclamation mark. Not you. Not you, you brat. Stop cheering like that. Ugh. Chapter 289, The End is Another Beginning, 4. Zhong Rigig stared at the sparring stage with terrifying eyes. It hurt his eyes to watch his disciples enter the ring and carry out Zhong Xiao Han. Damn it. He cursed inside. He knew he wasn't supposed to be exposing his emotions like this, but he couldn't hold back his anger anymore. What a disgrace. He trembled, clenching his fist tightly, making his nails dig into his palms. The audience continued to cheer. And this was fatal. The fact that the Southern Edge sect was defeated by Mount Hua in the last conference between the two sects wasn't too well known. The cheers then weren't for Mount Hua's win, but for the disgrace that Southern Edge had faced. However, that was then, and there were only a few witnesses there. With only a few witnesses, many were unsure of how true the rumors were. But now, so many people have witnessed their defeat. If all of them just said one thing about the Southern Edge sect losing, then the whole world would learn the truth. And there was one more thing that angered him so much. How? That sword technique. The sword technique that had defeated Zhong Xiao Han. Wasn't it very similar to the 12-movement snowflower sword technique that the Southern Edge sect had created with their heart and soul? How did they restore it? Exclamation mark. No one who knows it should be left on Mount Hua. That sword technique was like a new symbol of Mount Hua. It was then 24-movement plum blossom sword technique. A voice that sounded like a groan came from Abbott's mouth, making everyone turn to him. Amitabha Buddha, Mount Hua's sect leader. Is that the martial arts you recovered? Yes. Oh. The abbot was wide-eyed as he looked at Hyun Jong. He was really shocked. It was heartbreaking to hear that Mount Hua had lost its sword technique, but you have successfully restored it. This calls for a celebration. No, that isn't completely true. Fortunately, we were able to recover the books left behind by our ancestors. Indeed. I thought that the growth in Mount Hua had to have a reason. There should be something greater about it. If the 24-movement plum blossom sword technique is restored, we can ignore Mount Hua now. At the abbot's words, Hyun Jong kept a calm expression. To be honest, the words of the abbot weren't completely true. The growth of Mount Hua hadn't started from the sword technique, it had started before, the technique just helped them leap ahead. But there was no need to clarify that to these people. I am satisfied in recovering the sword technique of my ancestors. And Hyun Jong looked at the stage, and he looked at the face of Zhong Rigig, who had been stiff for some time. If I can get good results through it, I wouldn't ask for anything more. Damn it. The 24-movement plum blossom sword technique. The symbol of Mount Hua and the sword technique that had made the Southern Edge sect terrified of them for years. And to make matters much worse, Mount Hua's recovered sword technique had completely shattered the sword technique of the Southern Edge sect. The 12-movement snowflower technique is a further developed sword technique than the 24-movement plum blossom sword technique. If used properly, it can defeat even the sword technique of Mount Hua. But the results were the opposite. Zhong Xiao Han had a good understanding of his sword technique, and he wasn't inferior to Bak Chan in any way. Yet, the child failed to show his strength and was horribly defeated. Zhong Rigig bit his lip and looked at Jin Jiam Ryong. You can never be defeated. Zhong Xiao Han could lose. However, if Jin Jiam Ryong was defeated, that changed everything. The instant that he lost, the Southern Edge sect would be moved below Mount Hua. And he couldn't stand that humiliation. Furthermore, Bak Chan wasn't all the threats they had, right? Zhong Rigig looked at Chung Young. Ads by Pub Future. Mount Hua's Divine Dragon. And everyone else from Mount Hua could be considered strong enough to be just below Bak Chan. A chill passed through the chest of Zhong Rigig. Perhaps. Now, he might be watching the moment that Mount Hua overtook Southern Edge. Something he would never want to admit. It passed across his face sharply. Chack! The tip of the staff skimmed Joe Gould's cheek, and he could feel the sharp sting, but Joe Gould didn't waver. Faster and stronger. His opponent's style was sharp and fast. It was different from those he had experienced up till now during the preliminary rounds. But it wasn't to a point where he couldn't handle this. In terms of sharpness, the sword of Yoon Jong was sharper, Yu Sego had a more delicate sword. The overall level of Bak Chon was higher than these two. Chung Yang doesn't even have to be mentioned. Once again, Joe Gould understood what kind of people he had been learning with. He would have never understood this if he had been training alone. He was able to rise to this level because of the spars between him and his Sehyungs, and there were people who reached out to him, and he would help them in turn. Joe Gould clenched his teeth. His chest felt cold, and his head even colder. Tat! His sword was sharp. Joe Gould's plum blossom. It was different from that of Chung Yang, and it was also different from Bak Cheon's. Plum blossoms bloom at the peak of Mount Hua. If every one of them was different, then how could the plum blossoms of this technique be any different? A plum that cannot hold its color and seeks after another is as good as dead. Those words he had heard countless times. The ones that had been nailed into his bones. His plum blossoms wrapped around the flying rod, which wanted to pierce the sun. Kakaka. The moment the plum blossom and the rod collided, the sound of metal hitting wood could be heard. Suddenly, the rod bounced off. Joe Gould did not miss it. Flash. Sword chi flashed up in a single ray of light shining through the plum blossom petals. Quack. The Beggars Union's disciple slumped down from what hit his chest. Stop. A loud voice. This match is the victory of Mount Hua's Joe Gould. And Joe Gould swung his sword and sheathed it. I learned a lot. And with that, he came down from the stage. By then, the audience was cheering again. Some gulped while others said, "Here too. Mount Hua is still winning. No. No. Isn't this different? Now there are only 100 people left, and after today it will be 64 of them. Even now, most of the disciples are from Mount Hua. Ads by Pub Future. Right. If Mount Hua wins, it is going to be a huge thing. It will be absurd." The audience couldn't keep silent and looked at the place where the Mount Hua disciples were gathered. Winning this competition. Mount Hua. Before, they were using it as a joke, but now it couldn't be considered one. If Mount Hua did win this competition, that would be the biggest event of the past 10 years. Isn't this a huge deal? Mount Hua was the sect that had been pushed out of the 9 Great Sect One Union a few decades ago. Such strong disciples appearing now and winning this competition, all the while defeating the most prominent and notable disciples, wasn't that too amazing? Then, it would prove that the eyes of the sects who had dispelled them in the past were all wrong. From the point of view of the 9 great sects, such a thing couldn't happen. Actually, haven't they already proven it to some extent? Who can deny that Mount Hua doesn't deserve to be part of the 9 great sects just because they failed a little? Isn't that too much? But still, they seemed like good warriors. Will the experienced ones live for 10,000 years or what? Even if the strong ones are strong, is there any guarantee that Mount Hua will fail to try and become the best sect in the world? None. Then doesn't this mean that the 9 great sects One Union will become idiots who kicked out a strong sect from their midst? Am I wrong? No one answered. This was too blasphemous for them to answer, and they were concerned about the eyes and ears of the higher sects listening to them. But even they were thinking the same inside. They must be so embarrassed. I need to look at their faces. Most of them here knew it. Actually, this competition was being held to show off their wealth. Internally, they have been promoting this in the name of forming relationships, and externally to show off their power. At the same time, it was clear that the purpose was to solidify their leadership. But with Mount Hua coming in, the situation had changed. What if Mount Hua won? It is going to be like Mount Hua gulping down their hopes. The eyes of the people began to twitch. They liked this. A sight they would never get to see in their lifetime, something that only happened once in all of history. The desire to see such a moment had spread through the audience. And Chung Myung, who was watching it, smiled. Is the play being laid out well? This was the reason why he had insisted on getting a gold letter for this competition, to get another person to participate from their sect. Chung Myung's victory. Sure, that sounds nice. However, wouldn't it be disappointing to return with a title just for him, when Mount Hua was also growing steadily? To those gathered here, he had to show the strength of Mount Hua and not just his personal strength. It would show them strength, but also give them a different impression of Mount Hua, which had finally been pulled from its slumber. Right. Chang Yang looked up. I will be able to hit those 9 sects bastards with that. He probably could not spectate the spar in a comfortable manner anymore. It has been friendly till now. I will make you feel like your blood is drying up, so wait. Disciple Chang Yang. The money. Ah, right. Chang Yang smiled and ran from his place as he took a new sack and swept the results in. I like that it is so heavy. Excitedly, he picked up the sack again. The next match is Southern Edge's Jin Jiam Ryong and Ching Cheng. Take a sneak peek at our latest recommendations here. Discovery feed. Ads by Pub Future. 10,000 on Jin Jiam Ryong. The next match is between Namgung family's Du Wei. 10,000 on Namgung family. Mount Hua's Yun Zhong. 50,000 on Yun Zhong. 50,000 on Yu Yisel. Hei Yun 100,000. 30,000 on Bak Gong. Ah! The sacks kept piling up like mountains behind Chang Yang, making everyone shocked. He got it all right. Is he a thief? At this point, doesn't it look like manipulation? Some were suspicious of it and couldn't trust these results. Predicting the outcome of the match. It wasn't a difficult thing. If the people here were asked to predict the match with their fortunes on the line, they would confidently do so. But the problem was the 50-50s. There was always a chance of them getting it wrong, but there were matches that were complete 50-50s. And that was normal. If one could know the outcome of a match before it started, why ask for a match at all? The sacks of money behind Chang Yang proved this. There was a proud smile that he couldn't hide as the pile kept growing. Ehehehe. That Taoist guy. Ah, I hate you. They had no choice but to watch as their money left their hands and went into the pocket of another man. And their eyes turned harsh. Next is Mount Hua's Tang Soso and Southern Edge. Before Wei Lishan could even finish his sentence, the gamblers jumped in. 400 on Tang Soso. 1,000 on Tang Soso. Me, 2,000 on Tang Soso. Ah, 2,000. Don't tell me you didn't see. I mean, Mount Hua has won every single one of their matches till now. Besides, isn't that person from Mount Hua? Until now, every disciple from Mount Hua has done well. Realizing that they would lose if they reversed the bet, they poured their money on Tang Soso. They wanted to earn money in a steady pattern like Chang Yang. In an instant, money piled up on the side of Tang Soso. Chang Yang smiled at this. Now that your eyes are all open. Everyone who heard this sighed. But the play has tilted a little. Chang Yang began to collect the money slips from the sack. And tack. He threw it on the opposite side. 150k on Li Song back of Southern Edge. The gamblers looked at Chang Yang with trembling eyes. Chang Yang just shrugged his shoulders. N-O, vel, b, in.c, What? You cannot do that. You damned bastard. The eyes of the men turned teary-eyed. Chapter 289, The End is Another Beginning, 4. Zhong Rigig stared at the sparring stage with terrifying eyes. It hurt his eyes to watch his disciples enter the ring and carry out Zhong Xiao-han. Damn it. He cursed inside. He knew he wasn't supposed to be exposing his emotions like this, but he couldn't hold back his anger anymore. What a disgrace. He trembled, clenching his fist tightly, making his nails dig into his palms. The audience continued to cheer. And this was fatal. The fact that the Southern Edge sect was defeated by Mount Hua in the last conference between the two sects wasn't too well known. The cheers then weren't for Mount Hua's win, but for the disgrace that Southern Edge had faced. However, that was then, and there were only a few witnesses. Chapter 290, The End is Another Beginning, 5. Never lose to the Southern Edge sect. Don't worry, Sasuk. I will break the head of that guy and come back. Right. Bak Chan had no choice but to hang large question marks over his head as he watched Tang Soso. Of course. Disliking the Southern Edge sect was a must-have for those who wanted to become disciples of Mount Hua. This wasn't the fault of Mount Hua. From the moment one entered Mount Hua, one would be beaten up by the Southern Edge sect every 2 years. But the problem was... Soso. You haven't been on Mount Hua for even a year, though. Why was the youngest one feeling this bad? Isn't this an outburst for Mount Hua? Bak Chan looked at her with eyes filled with complex emotions. For him, who still saw her as a flower-like woman, this version of her running up to the stage was still new. Will she be fine? Bak Chan looked back at Yu Yisel and asked, as she shook her head. Mount Hua's sword Soso hasn't embodied it yet. That is true. Winning isn't the important thing. What matters is her will. Bak Chan nodded. And it will be an experience. All Mount Hua wanted from Tang Soso and from the other Chung disciples wasn't honor won from their spars. A day would come to pass when Mount Hua became the center of it all, and they wanted her to learn and understand what she needed to do in order to gain power. Compared to what I hoped for, she is handling it several times better. Even so, with the exception of Yun Zhong and Zhou Gul, she wasn't inferior to the other Bak disciples. Chung Yang. Except for that idiot. Bak Chan looked at Tang Soso with worried eyes. Southern Edge sect. Li Song Bak saw Tang Soso with alert eyes as she glared at him. What did I do wrong? Such knife-like eyes. I am Li Song Bak of the Southern Edge sect. I will learn a few things. Mount Hua's Tang Soso. Self-introductions were short, making Li Song Bak draw his sword with a bitter smile. SSHH. I have eyes, but my sword doesn't, so please be careful not to get hurt. What do you mean? Be careful with your head, alright. Definitely a disciple from Mount Hua. A shadow of Chung Myung was flickering behind Tang Soso. Li Song Bak coughed a little and straightened his back. Tang Soso frowned and glared at him. I will never lose to the Southern Edge sect. Strangely, this man's uniform was white, and this made Tang Soso angry. This didn't happen when she was in the Tang family, but seeing this happen after entering Mount Hua, it seems that there was a weird unknown relationship between the two. Well, SRNG. Ads by Pub Future. She pulled the plum blossom sword. She hadn't mastered the Mount Hua sword technique yet. During her 6 months of training, her level of martial arts had risen, but it was impossible in the first place to catch up to her Sehyungs, who had been learning it for more than 10 years. But just because she wasn't skilled didn't mean she would back down. Lacking was lacking, and inability was inability. But still, one had to go down their own path. That was the teaching of Mount Hua's Tang Soso, and that was her will. Tang Soso, who was staring at Li Song Bak with cold eyes, rushed in without delay. Here I come. The sight of her charging him was scary. N-O-V-E in.C, om. Shush. A destructive blow came out from her slender arms. What she lacked was technique, not power. As the daughter of the Tang family, she had been training steadily to the extent that she was second to none. It was no exaggeration to say that her strength was actually good even in Mount Hua, and the pill had helped her more. The sword, flooded with chi, rushed for Li Song Bak. Li Song Bak took 2 steps back lightly. Quang! Tang Soso's sword slammed into the stage, right where he had disappeared from, creating a massive explosion. Li Song Bak was wide-eyed as he saw the deeply dented ground. He was bewildered by that power. Avoided it. You think I would get hit? Li Songbak laughed. Certainly, the disciples of Mount Hua have a unique side. If this was in the past, then this would have been a bad look. But now he knew. Rather than discussing and gaining face outside and being poor on the inside, he had the true attitude of a warrior who was faithful to the basics. Li Songbak glanced away and looked at Changyang. Look carefully, disciple Changyang. Whether my last 2 years have been wrong or not. Did I go on the right path, as you said? This was a spar. But this wasn't just a simple spar either. For Li Songbak, this was a place to prove his efforts to Changyang. Phew. Li Songbak raised his sword and aimed it at the center of the ring. The basic form of the sword. His breathing slowed. The surrounding air began to turn heavy. More slowly. A simple sword with a stable center of gravity makes it ready for any situation. Something that everyone knew but didn't know to keep it. The world calls it the basic method to produce the best results. Kang. Li Songbak's sword, which received the sword of Tang Soso, collided with a terrifying force. Never strong, but not weak either. A sword that guarded the center. Tang Soso's face stiffened. What? This was a sword that had nothing special on the outside. It wasn't flashy like the other Southern Edge techniques. Nevertheless, this sword seemed different from what she had seen till now. Tang Soso kicked the ground and widened the distance between them at once. His serious eyes followed her. You. A low groan flowed from her mouth, and Bak Chon smiled. Li Songbak was it? Obviously, there was nothing special about this guy in the past. No, actually, even now, he didn't seem special on the outside. Ads by Pub Future. He didn't feel as sharp as Jin Jiam Ryong and didn't have the same spirit as the other disciples of the Southern Edge sect. From the outside, it looked as if he was soaked in calmness and drunk on alcohol. Like a test waiting to be resolved. Overall different. What is different? Basics. Bak Chon turned his head in surprise. Changyang, who had returned to his seat, took some jerky out and bit into it. Basics. What are you saying? Literally, the basics. Changyang looked at Li Songbak with a subtle smile. What do you think a sword technique is? A way to use the sword. Right, how to use the sword. How to use the different forms of a sword. But techniques come from 3 things. Changyang showed 3 fingers. Poke. Swing and block. Changyang smiled. In the end, all techniques are a mixture of these 3. That's what swords are like in the first place. There is nothing too complicated about it. Bak Chon frowned. Isn't that overly simplistic? Those simple things add up to become complicated things. And in other words, Changyang sighed and continued. If you can stab, swing, and block perfectly, then your sword will be perfect. But, right. It is almost impossible. Perfection is a concept that does not exist. Obsessing over a perfect sword is something that only a madman would do. But, Changyang continued. The world and Shaolin. Something that the Wudang sect, which tried to do something great, would never even dare to attempt. The world is made up of 36 directions, with me in the center. A madman believes that he can become the best swordsman out there if he can just stab, swing, and block the sword perfectly in all 36 directions around him. 36. Right. Right, said Changyang softly, looking at Li Songbak. The heavenly 36-stroke sword technique. His heart didn't flinch at all. Even the sensation of the air passing through his fingers could be clearly felt. Li Songbak could see that he was in his best form today. Center. It was several times more difficult to keep a steady form that wasn't too forceful or too weak. Southern Edge's sword was a sword that guarded the center. Not strong, not flashy, not fast. Yet, this sword technique of the Southern Edge sect was closer to being perfect than any other sword. If I had known this right away, so much time wouldn't have been wasted. But that was fine. The path he would take had just been started. Do not be deceived by the splendor and strength. What he had to protect was the center. This was the soul of the Southern Edge sect. Tang Soso looked at the guy with a stiff face. This man, what is he? She could feel a sense of weight that she had never felt from anyone other than Bak Chon or Changyang. Of course, it was nowhere near Changyang. So he was a human, thus could never give off such a feeling, but to feel what she felt from Bak Chion's sword made her quite shocked. What are you doing, Tang Soso? Tang Soso was a bit shocked. She knew that her opponent might be stronger than her. But why was this? Tang Soso raised her sword and aimed it at Li Songbak. No words were needed. I will paint it with my plum blossoms. There was nothing to be afraid of as long as she used her technique perfectly. Get ready for more personalized recommendations here. Get ready for more personalized recommendations here. Discovery feed. Ads by PubFuture. The two swordsmen looked at each other. As if the tension was contagious, even the spectators were holding their breath. Tang Soso was the first to move again. Ta! With a short cheer, she rushed in again. Pang! Her sword cut through the air, and it fell on Li Song back. Fly out. The plum blossoms she was trying to make were different from those of the other disciples from Mount Hua. If the plum blossoms of Mount Hua were spring, then her plum blossoms were literally raindrops. She was a disciple of Mount Hua but a daughter of the Tang family. Her talent, which didn't blossom in the Tang family, became a sword of Mount Hua and rained flowers all over the world. Plum raindrops. Although it was Mount Hua's sword, the plum blossoms were unique to Tang Soso, and her petals were blown by the gust of wind and covered Li Song Bak's body. And Li Song Bak's eyes, seeing this scene, looked at her. The rain of flowers. So beautiful. The most beautiful and sharp blossoms he had seen. It seemed impossible to stop them all. But Li Song Bak swung his sword without haste. Kang! 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 His legs were firm, shoulders gentle, elbows raised sharply like a whip, and his wrist ready to take the shot. Swing, stab, and block. Even if the plum blossoms of Mount Hua covered the world. He had the 36-stroke movement. If he could completely shake off the sword with the 36-stroke movement, then the rain of plum blossoms that filled this place could not touch his body. Southern Edge's sword was a sword of balance. The basis of the sword was to block the opponent's attack. The most faithful to the basics of the sword was the sword of the Southern Edge sect. The plum blossoms fell down like a dream, losing their power in the face of Li Song Bak's sword technique. After flying like that, they crashed into his sword violently and then fell softly. This. Tang Soso seemed shocked. But she couldn't give up. She tried to do it again. At that moment. Pa! Li Song Bak's sword, which whistled with the sound of shattering air, fell toward the head of Tang Soso. Ah! Swish! Li Song Bak's sword fell right on her shoulder. Tang Soso bit her lip. I lost. It was a good match. After Li Song Bak retrieved his sword, he bowed politely. It was the sharpest and cleanest sword. If it was a little deeper, I would have been defeated. I admit the winner's words, but it would be better not to be overconfident. I will be the one who wins next time. Of course, I look forward to it. Seeing Li Song Bak's selfless smiling face, Tang Soso let out a sigh. Not there yet. She had no regrets about the fight that she just had. And this defeat would only make Tang Soso stronger. Don't be elated about doing this. The Sehyungs of mine are stronger. I know. Li Song Bak sighed a little and turned his head to look at one place. I know it better than anyone. A lot better. The place where his eyes, a mixture of envy and fighting spirit, touched Chung Myung's. Because it is also my goal. Li Song Bak's eyes were full of light. And after receiving his gaze, Chung Myung mumbled softly. The end is another beginning. And that was right here. A new seed was growing from the ashes. Chapter 291. I Will Always Be Your Wall, 1. Jin Jiam Ryong's sharp gaze fell on Li Song Bak, who returned to the Southern Edge sect's side. Was that really something to be so triumphant about? Of not course, Sehyung. Anyone here could beat down that child. I know. Jin Jiam Ryong stared at Li Song Bak with cold eyes. I don't like it. The fact that elders of the Southern Edge sect had sat down to make a sword technique with all their heart and soul, clinging to change, but the attitude of this man meant that he would never listen. From 1 to 10, he hated that child the most. If Chung Myung was the hated enemy that he needed to defeat whenever they met, Li Song Bak was the person he hated the most. Opposite. That suited him the best. I didn't mean to criticize the path you followed with that sword technique. But don't show such an unsightly appearance. I will keep that in mind. Go in. Yes, N, O, Vel, B, in. C, Om. Feeling the sharp gazes on him, Li Songbak sighed. It is hard. Li Songbak was a dull person. He had the will to go his own way, but he lacked the skills to persuade others. All he could do was attempt to show them he was on the right path. But the road to achieving this proper form of the Southern Edge's sword technique was long and lonely. He sat down and fixed his gaze on Mount Hua's camp. How is it, disciple Changmyang? Was I on the right track? An answer no one would give, but he wanted to hear it from Changmyang. I am sorry. Tang Soso bowed. This ugly disciple lost to Southern Edge. I will accept any punishment. Bak Chan let out an empty cough. Seeing such courageous words being thrown out, he felt proud yet sad. Normally, it was the Sasuk who should be saying something nice. So. You. But someone moved ahead and tapped Tang Soso on the shoulder. Good job. Sehyang. In life, there are times when you win, and times you lose. If you have to be punished for losing just once, then we would have no good people left in the world. Straighten those shoulders. Tang Soso's eyes widened at the kind words of unkind Changmyang. Could this bastard be this nice? When Bak Sang lost, wasn't it this bastard who slashed the guy's head again and again with harshly spoken words? Is this fine? Changmyang looked at Tang Sos and said, Tang Soso. Yes. Sehyang. And he lowered his voice even more. Did you do your best with your sword? Tang Soso, who thought for a second, answered with bright eyes. Yes. Right. Then that is that. Win next time. Yes. Tang Soso bit her lip. For sure. Changmyang chuckled. I thought I picked her up as a bonus. Tang Soso as a swordsman wasn't someone he had high expectations for. But she was doing a lot better than he thought she would, which had to be commended. And the others seemed to be stimulated. Whether the sword of Tang Soso showed more than expected, the tension on the faces of Mount Hua disciples was clear. They couldn't let the youngest catch up to them. Martial arts sects always need someone running behind them. And if Tang Soso played that role for Mount Hua, then Mount Hua would become stronger. Tang Soso went back to her seat, nodding her head, and flinched when she met Yu Yisil's eyes. Ads by Pub Future. Sago, I. Water. Yu Yisil held out a water bottle she had left next to her and handed it to Soso. Hesitating, she accepted it by looking into the eyes of Yu Yisil in shame. And Yu Yisil only said, You did good. Really? But your wrist. The use of the wrist is different from when you use a sword compared to throwing daggers. The more you think about it and learn, the sharper the things get. I will keep that in mind, Sago. Good. Sit down. Yes. Tang Soso, whose expression brightened, sat next to Yu Yisil. Bak Chan, who looked at that happily, turned to Changmyang. Changmyang ah. What? The sword that Li Songbak showed. Ah. I was thinking and... Changmyang smiled. My Dong Ryong is so well grown. You figured it out too. I told you not to call me that. He. Ah, why bring your sword out? Changmyang pressed down on the sword of Bak Chan, which was being pulled out of its sheath, and smiled as he continued. Your thinking is right. I knew it. Bak Chan looked at Li Songbak with serious eyes. It is completely opposite to Mount Hua's sword. Mount Hua's sword, a sword centered around attacking. It was the most splendid sword in the world, and it was something that aimed to repeatedly attack the opponent to gain victory. Wasn't the Plum Blossom sword technique sometimes criticized for being too lively for a Taoist sword? On the other hand, the 36-stroke sword of Li Songbak was a perfect defense. It was a sword that simply blocked all attacks. It aimed for victory through an impenetrable defense. That thought became a certainty when he saw Tang Soso and Li Songbak clash. You didn't think that Mount Hua and the Southern Edge sect would bite and claw at each other for centuries just because of proximity, right? Right. Let's leave it at that. Changmyang. What is with this guy? Bak Chan coughed at Changmyang, looking at him. Ah, this was embarrassing. Fortunately, Yun Zhong accepted the words on Bak Chion's behalf. Is it because our martial arts are polar opposites? Since we were close to them, and we both belong to the 9 great sects, and sir, of course, that would lead to some occasional clashes. But fundamentally, the two are opposed, so getting along would be tough. One had to defeat the other to prove themselves. Ah. There were sects with ambiguous relationships within the 9 great sects, but there were very few with relationships like the one between Mount Hua and the southern edge. The fact that the bizarre relationship began with their interpretation of martial arts was a new surprise. But, the sword that Li Songbak used. The other disciples didn't seem they were using one similar to our plum blossom sword, though. A new one. Chang Yang added a few words. The downfall of the southern edge sect. But, from the outside, it looks stronger. Just the outside. Chang Yang said firmly. The martial arts of a sect aren't about being strong or weak. All martial arts tend to follow a path that the sect pursues. Some let go of strength for that. You mean to say that the southern edge sect will collapse? Just like as in the past. Mount Hua was abandoned. But southern edge would bring this upon themselves. The difference was a lot bigger than one could know. Chang Yang glanced to the side at Li Songbak. But we never know. Their immediate downfall cannot be avoided, but depending on how well their new seeds grow, one day, a bigger tree than now can grow out. Ads by Pub Future. And he continued in a serious tone. Things which rise are bound to fall someday, and there are those who will rise again one day. That is how the world flows. Bak Chan looked at him with strange eyes. When you say such things, you look like a Taoist. I see. It doesn't suit you. You people. Chang Yang, who wanted a fight, got up with a smile. Then, I need to go and make more money. Ah. Before that. Zhou Gul raised his hand and asked. So, you are saying that the Southern Edge sect's future is determined by how well Li Songbak is treated? Maybe. Then it is ruined. Well. I could not answer that. This is bad. Chang Yang tilted his head. Why? Didn't you see the match drawings? What? Zhou Gul smiled. If you win today, he will be your opponent. Sasuk, Jin Gem Ryong, and you get Li Songbak. Really? Unfortunately. Ah. It really was unfortunate. Ha ha ha. Everyone did a good job. Hyun Jong smiled happily. It is a pity that a few lost, but do not feel discouraged. Your journey through life is long, and this is just a passing rain. Kring. Hee hee hee. Ooh. It might hurt to lose now, but the wounds will train you more. Clack clack. Hoo 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 hoo. Snort. Snort. So, do not be discouraged and. Clack clack. Here is another sack. One more sack. Do not forget that you are a disciple of Mount Hua. Clack clack. Ugh. You rotten idiots. Hyun Jong threw the fan he was holding at Chang Yang. Sitting next to Chang Yang, Hyun Yang reached out, grabbed the fan without even looking back, and put it to the side. Why are you angry again, sect leader? Hyun Jong's face flushed red in anger at the innocent question. Personalized content tailored to your preferences, all in one place. Personalized content tailored to your preferences, all in one place. Discovery feed. Ads by Pub Future. Can't you go and count the money somewhere else? We were seated here first. Aren't you the one who barged in? Sect leader, you have been using your authority too much these days. Hyun Jong was shocked. Me? Authority? Hyun Jong smiled happily. It is a pity that a few lost, but do not feel discouraged. Your journey through life is long, and this is just a passing rain. Kring. Hee hee hee. Ooh. It might hurt to lose now, but the wounds will train you more. Clack clack. Hoo 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 hoo. Snort. Snort. So, do not be discouraged and. Clack clack. Here is another sack. One more sack. Do not forget that you are a disciple of Mount Hua. Clack clack. Ugh. You rotten idiots. Hyun Jong threw the fan he was holding at Chang Yang. Sitting next to Chang Yang, Hyun Yang reached out, grabbed the fan without even looking back, and put it to the side. Why are you angry again, sect leader? Hyun Jong's face flushed red in anger at the innocent question. Personalized content tailored to your preferences, all in one place. Personalized content tailored to your preferences, all in one place. Discovery feed. Ads by Pub Future. Can't you go and count the money somewhere else? We were seated here first. Aren't you the one who barged in? Sect leader, you have been using your authority too much these days. Hyun Jong was shocked. Me? Authority? Next to him, Chang Yang shook his head and added. And he has turned into a frog that kicks the tadpoles. and even interferes with the counting of money. If it was you in the past. Hyun-jong's shoulders dropped. And Bak Chan approached the man and rubbed his drooping shoulders. Don't bother with him, sect leader. We understand you. But whether he was bothered by them or not, Hyun-young, Chung-young, and Wei Lishan were having the time of their lives. Hands sorting the coins of gold, silver, and money slips. He. How much is this? Elder, the money earned from all this is no joke. Bak sang. Go and get another sack. Ha. Storing money is a problem for us now. Storing. Story. That is my sack. Don't touch it. I will. I will cut your fingers. Look at you being strict. Hyun-jong, who saw this, covered his face with a hand. Aren't they like bandits who looted merchants or gambling houses? Watching the three people counting money with sly smiles on their faces, he couldn't tell if they were part of the Mount-Hua-sect or the Chungyang sect. And why is that guy there? Watching Bak Sang work hard next to Hyun-young, it seemed like he would be spitting fire out along with them. On this fine day, Mount Hua performed well today. It was unfortunate that a few of them were defeated, but the spirit of the 10 disciples going ahead was nice. It was remarkable that 10 of Mount Hua were in the final 64 who survived today's spar. Moreover, if it is the plum blossom sword technique presented by the disciples at the spar, it left a clear and pure impression on everyone who saw it. It is as if the level was doubled. Right, that is a hill. Making money is a breeze for them. They have been making a lot of money, but it is a skill to make the ones watching them get angry. These damned beings. Hyun-jong took a deep breath and said, "Well, all of you, get a good rest and do your best tomorrow." "Yes, sect leader." Ugh. Hyun-jong turned around, not wanting to see them. And he heard a soft voice behind him. "What is that? TCH. You don't understand the deep intentions of the sect leader." Hyun-jong smiled at Hyun-young, scolding Chung-young lightly. Still, he was an elder. We made a lot of money, he should be upset that he didn't even get any pocket money. Hyun-jong turned around, not wanting to see them. And he heard a soft voice behind. And he heard a soft voice behind him. "What is that? TCH. You don't understand the deep intentions of the sect leader." Hyun-jong smiled at Hyun-young, scolding Chung-young lightly. Still, he was an elder. We made a lot of money, he should be upset that he didn't even get any pocket money. You need to guess all of this before they say it. Right. I didn't think of that. Come on now, give that to me. Come on now, give that to me. That elder piece of eye. That elder piece of eye. At that moment, Chung-young rushed over and shoved golden coins into Hyun-jong's hands. You can use this without telling the kids, sect leader. He. Let us know if that isn't enough. Chung-young. Yes. Thank you. He. You don't have to say it. Hyun-jong couldn't even say his anger at what he had witnessed. No, well, I could take this much. Right. Chapter 292, I Will Always Be Your Wall, 2. There can be no defeat. Jong Rigik spoke with cold eyes. The Southern Edge sect's disciples all nodded with tense expressions. I don't want you to win the competition. If you can, that would be good, but if you cannot, it is just an unfortunate outcome. However, losing to Mount Hua is a different matter entirely. When the words defeat and Mount Hua were mentioned, Jong Seo-han, who was in the corner, flinched. Jong Rigik glared at the poor child. It doesn't matter if you lose to another sect. But you can't lose to Mount Hua anymore. The audience will inflate the results and talk. If we lose to Mount Hua again, the Southern Edge sect will be known as a sect that has fallen short of Mount Hua. And if we lose again, all we can do is just accept that. Can you endure that humiliation? No. Satisfied with Jin Jiam Ryol's cold face, the sect leader took him at his word. Jin Jiam Ryol. Yes, sect leader. You, especially, cannot lose. I will remember that. Zhong Rigok's gaze fell on Jin Jiam Ryong and Jin Cho Bak. I know that will not happen. But make sure not to get swept away by your personal feelings. That will never happen. I will defeat them and restore the honor of the Southern Edge sect. Good. Zhong Rigok nodded and looked at Li Song Bak. Li Song Bak, you too. Yes, sect leader. I do not expect much from you. But make sure not to lose. The expectations between the two seemed different. The others didn't know why, but Li Song Bak knew. He was learning the old Southern Edge sect martial arts, which meant many people had no expectations of him. It was strange, the situation of someone who could be considered the best. The situation of Li Song Bak. Yet he responded calmly, I will not tarnish the reputation of the Southern Edge sect. With that, Zhong Rigok no longer looked at Li Song Bak. Those who extol honor will be given a worthy reward, and those who bring dishonor will be punished for it. Prove yourselves and never bring shame onto the name of the Southern Edge sect. We will keep that in mind, sect leader. Zhong Rigok glanced over everyone one last time and then turned and left. The remaining disciples all let out sighs of relief at the same time. Li Song Bak, who was watching this from behind, closed his eyes. How did all this happen? Their bleak form. The cold air. In the past, it wasn't like this. But after only one defeat to Mount Hua in one conference, his sect had transformed into this different one. Li Song Bak. Li Song Bak turned his head. Elder Sama. Sama Sung, who led Southern Edge to the conference with Mount Hua in the past, was looking at him. After the devastating defeat, Sama Sung had a dull face as if he had aged 10 years in one day. Wasn't it said that the face was the window to the heart? Sama Sung was a strict and cold person, but he embraced his disciples. But now he felt foreign. Follow me. Yes. Li Song Bak nodded and followed him. After leaving their residence and walking through the forest for some time, Sama Sung looked at Li Song Bak after confirming no one was around them. You must know who your opponent is. Ads by PubFuture. Mount Hua's Divine Dragon. Don't speak of that cursed name in front of me. Yes. Yes. There was anger on his face. Chung Young's title was earned after he had defeated Southern Edge's second class. Chung Young's title was earned after he had defeated Southern Edge's second-class disciples during the Southern Edge-Mount-Hua conference. In other words, that title was earned through their humiliation. Right, that Chung Young is your opponent. Are you confident in defeating him? Lee Song-bak didn't answer. Win over Chung Young? I will do my best. There is no need for such a short answer. Answer me. Are you confident? Lee Song-bak sighed. I am not. Right. As if he got the answer he was looking for, the elder didn't shout. You might also know, but now there is no one in our sect who can stop him. Not just you, but even Jin Jiam Ryong cannot. You know this, right? Yes. Lee Song-bak answered in a low voice. But we have to defeat him. No, winning is important, but he must also be killed. Elder. Listen first. Yes. Sama Sung's eyes were scary. Mount Hua and us, when one rises, the other declines. Mount Hua rages, and Southern Edge falls. During our best day, Mount Hua was on the verge of dying. You know that. It doesn't. There is no use denying the truth. If you cannot accept reality, you cannot do anything. Sama Sung clenched his teeth. You know it too. And now our sect is losing its force. After that damned conference, the light and life of our sect began to fade. On the other hand, Mount Hua is coming from the brink of collapse, recovering its strength. This is our reality. Lee Song-bak bowed his eyes. Even if this was true, he didn't understand why the elder called him out to say this. At that time, the elder looked into his eyes and said, How far can you go for the sake of the Southern Edge sect? What do you mean? I meant what I said. Would you be able to lay down your life for Southern Edge? Lee Song-bak looked at his elder and said, I will. To give up your honor for it? I will. Then can you lay down everything for Southern Edge? Even enduring years of humiliation? I will not hesitate. A smile formed on his lips, a weird sly smile. Right. A Southern Edge disciple should be like this. Sama Sung shoved something out from his sleeve, a vial. Take this. Lee Song-bak didn't reach for it, so the elder shoved it to him. This. Ads by Pub Future. You don't need to know. Take it. Hesitating, Lee Song-bak reached out for the vial and accepted it. Sama Sung looked at him and said, Before you go up to the stage, rub that onto your sword. Elder. Don't ask. He said so firmly, but his eyes were glistening weirdly. A secret is better when few people know it. You don't have to know what it is. If there is a problem and you're asked to answer, not knowing is better. Elder, this is. Didn't I tell you? Give up on knowing what it is. Li Song-bak bit his lip. He didn't mind dying for the sake of his sect. But wasn't that different from what was being asked of him now? Elder, poison doesn't work on Mount Hua's divine dragon. And to use poison in an official spa will bring dishonor to Southern. It isn't poison. Ah. Sama Sung smiled. Did I say it was? No one will ever know. But it is something that can kill him. You just need to put that onto your sword and make sure to scratch his body with your sword. Li Song-bak looked at Sama Sung with a stiff face. Is this what we have reached? This was the fall. How could such ignorant moves come from the elders who once spoke of righteousness? Elder, I. Li Song-bak. Sama Sung spoke coldly. Are you going to disobey my orders? You cannot become Jin Jiam Ryong. You expect to move ahead, but you have taken the road to the back. If you really want to repay the favor we are showing you, don't hesitate to jump into shit. An ominous voice. You aren't thinking about betraying those who raised and taught you, right? Li Song-bak's eyes were wide. Do what you were told. Everything will work out. Just as Li Song-bak was about to say something. Will that be the solution? A cold voice came from behind. The two turned back in shock to see a familiar face. Jin Jiam Ryong. Sehyang. He approached them with a cold expression, almost as if his face was made from plates of armor, and reached out to Li Song-bak. Give it here. Sehyang. Did you not hear me? Li Song-bak silently handed the vial in his hand to him, and as soon as Jin Jiam Ryong took it, he trampled it. Shush. The bottle shattered, and the liquid seeped into the ground. What did you do? Sama Sung was angry, but the response that came back was cold. Sect leader recently began to distance himself far from Elder Sama. It looks like you are turning old. You are now doing such things in front of everyone, and when you get caught, you will take the Southern Edge sect down with you. See what personalized content we have based on your browsing history. See what personalized content we have based on your browsing history. Discovery feed. Ads by Pub Future. You will not get caught. Elder. Jin Jiam Ryong stared at the man. Didn't you say that even one hit should be repaid back? Yes. Why? Exclamation mark. If you act like THI. Go ahead and use that sword to fight Chung Myung. What? Jin Jiam Ryong looked angry. If you want to do it, do it yourself. Even if Elder uses a poisoned sword to attack Chung Myung, I will not stop you. Instead, with a stiff face, he said, Do not touch my saze. Sama Sung's face turned red in anger. However, Jin Jiam Ryong didn't back down. He just looked at the man straight in his eyes. Bastard. In the end, the elder backed down and turned around, walking away without looking back. Jin Jiam Ryong, who watched this, mumbled, Stupid, and looked at Lee Song back. Sehyang. Don't think about putting the blame onto elder. A man's leisure comes from the place he is, and a martial artist's leisure comes from their martial arts. How many people maintain their sanity when the sect they believed in all their life is shaken? I wasn't going to blame. Then good. Jin Jiam Ryong turned and walked as Lee Song back called, S. Sehyang. Jin Jiam Ryong stopped. For helping. Don't get me wrong. He looked back and snarled. I cannot stand the sect taking such an absurd route. I will break him down with my own hands. I don't need your help. Yes. And Jin Jiam Ryong hesitated and said, Lee Song back. Yes, Sehyang. I hate you. But even if I hate you, you are my saze, and I am your great Sehyang. It is my duty to prevent my saze from going down the wrong path. Whether I like it or not, if you are in danger, I will protect you. That is the mindset you should have as a person who is the oldest of the disciples in the Southern Edge sect. Sehyang. Jin Jiam Ryong, who glanced at Lee Song back, interrupted. Chung Myung is a wall you cannot overcome. I know. So get crushed. I will take revenge for you. With that, he walked away, and Lee Song back just continued to watch the man leave and sighed. Sehyang. The person who changed the most was Jin Jiam Ryong. His obsession was frightening to watch, and now even the younger ones didn't take him seriously. But Sehyang is Sehyang. Lee Song back closed his eye. Lee Song back closed his eyes. Can I bring it back? N-O-V-E-L-B-I-N.C on. Could this all be changed back to the past? He didn't know yet. But the answer could be found tomorrow. Tomorrow. Chapter 293, I Will Always Be Your Wall, 3. The morning sun poured in through the windows. The birds were chirping as usual. Bak Chan opened his eyes, pushed away his blanket, and sat up on his bed as he looked around. This was truly a calm morning. But, for Bak Chan, this couldn't just be a calm morning. Today is the day. Bak Cheon's eyes sank low as he looked out the window. clench. Bak Chon tied his hair and looked at his reflection. The black robe and the plum blossom pattern engraved over the heart. The white band around his forehead. Once again, this made him realize that he really was a disciple of Mount Hua. He couldn't help but imagine the same figure before him, but in the uniform of the Southern Edge sect and not Mount Hua's. Similar. Jin Jiam Ryong's face seemed to flash over his. Even if they had diverged in looks at some point when they were young, the two were still similar enough to be recognized as siblings. Taking a deep breath, he sat in his chair and drew his sword, carefully polishing it with oil. Shush. Shush. Every time he wiped the blade, his heart began to calm down. Maybe he had a slightly different opinion now. A life running away from home, hiding in Mount Hua, had never happened. He stayed in the Southern Edge sect, where he was taught by his father and brother. If he had done that, he would be a completely different person. Did he regret it? No. Even if there was no blood between them, even if they hadn't been together since birth, Mount Hua still felt like family. Now his family wasn't the Jin family, Mount Hua is his family, and today's spa is a place to say that. So, he had to sharpen his mind a little. Bang! Sasuk, you up? Bak Chion's eyes turned to look at who had kicked his door open. A door is opened by hand, not by kicking it. How many times have I? Ah, right. Sect leader is done. It was Chung Yang with Yoon Jong and Jo Gul, who were sticking their heads in through the doorway. Sasuk, come. We are all set. Bak Chon looked at the three of them and smiled. Right. This was good. My family is here. He smiled as he got up. Come on, let's go. Ah. Look at you all confident. You look so motivated to commit a bashing onto your hyung. Ah. Apart from this bastard. This one bastard. The crowd had grown a bit quieter. Of the many participants, Of the many participants, there were just 64 left. And the spectators were now interested in which sect had the best chances of winning the competition now. Isn't Namgyung family's Due likely to win? A. This time the Peng family is better than the Namgyung family. You are a frustrating person. The 5 great families are weaker than the 9 great sects. It is clear that Shaolin's He Yun will win. But the Wudang sect cannot be forgotten. If there were 1,000 people, then there were 1,000 eyes, and each would have their own thoughts despite watching the same matches. It might not have to be between those two factions either. Ads by Pub Future. Then who? Isn't there Mount Hua? Ah. Mount Hua. Right. When Mount Hua was mentioned, people nodded their heads. If this had been said at the outset of the competition, people would have laughed themselves silly at such a statement. But now, no one did. If it is Mount Hua's divine dragon, they can win it. Not just him, but even the righteous sword of Hua, Bak Chon. The sword technique he showed in his previous spar was amazing. Who could have imagined that Mount Hua had such a beautiful and splendid sword? You didn't know. Mount Hua was called the Plum Blossom sect in the past. It was famous for being one of the strongest in terms of power. Then why did it fall? Fall? It was so strong, and it fell. Didn't they get kicked out of the 9 great sects? I don't know that, but I know one thing. Ah. The person who said that continued with a smile. If Mount Hua wins this time, it wouldn't just be a story of them getting back into the 9 great sects. Ha. Right. The people's eyes moved to Mount Hua. Changing the 9 great sects. Since ancient times, membership has been a symbol of a strong sect. Although not common, it was known that sects that had lost their power would be replaced and removed from the 9 great sects one union. But there had never been a case of an expelled sect clawing its way back up. What if that happens? It would be hella fun to watch. The people looked at Mount Hua with strange expressions. Chang Yang. Ah. Do you hear it too? What? The gossip of the crowds. What about it? Chang Yang asked Zhou Gul. After that, Zhou Gul, confirming the elders weren't around, came in closer and whispered. After that, Zhou Gul, confirming the elders weren't around, came in closer and whispered. If we win, do we return to being one of the 9 great sects? If we win, do we return to being one of the 9 great sects? Ah. Chang Yang was shocked. And the eyes of the other Sehyungs fell on him. 9 great sects. We join them. The faces of the disciples began to turn red. 9 great sects, one union. Oh my. Is it alright to think about it? Only just 3 years ago did they think they would lose Mount Hua to their debtors. But in just these 3 short years, they would rejoin the 9 great sects. They had never seriously believed in such words, but the fact that such things kept coming up told everyone that their status and that of Mount Hua's had changed. So the disciples felt proud. And Yoon Jong said, "It isn't that strange, right? Ah. There are a number of rules about who can join him, but above all comes the rule of power. Here, we are proving that Mount Hua isn't inferior to them." He gulped and continued. It might seem unreasonable now, but if this goes on, it may not just be a dream to be among them again. If that happens, it will truly recreate the glory of past Mount Hua. Everyone thought of it. Dreams swelled inside their heads. But there are people in the world who don't like watching other people's happiness. Go back where? Ah. 9 great sects SSSSSS. Seeing Chung Myung bow his head, Zhou Gul closed his eyes. Why now? Exclamation mark. No, just why now? What was the mistake this time? Ads by Pub Future. The Sehyungs all turned their heads. In this case, they should be making eye contact with the demon, especially a crazy one. No, just because you don't have the money, you are acting like beggars. Why head back there? 9 great sects. Why would we go there? Do you Sehyungs have no pride? Chung Myung raised his voice. Oh my. How low does your pride have to be to bow your head to someone who had kicked out Mount Hua, calling it useless? Why? If that is the case, why don't you go and shake your ass with the southern edge while we all get along like a happy family? No, I didn't mean it like. Even if they come to kneel down and beg us to join, I will not join them. They are old idiots. Chung Young was now too angry. When I think of those old good-for-nothing idiots, I get angry. See, calm down. I was wrong. Looking at Chung Young, who was on the verge of bursting out, Joe Gul began to sweat. Actually, this was natural for them. The disciples didn't like Mount Hua being thrown out of the 9 great sects. From the moment it happened, Mount Hua wasn't a member, and they thought that, too, had led to the downfall of Mount Hua. However, Chung Young, who knew the secrets and what had truly happened for Mount Hua to get thrown out, couldn't just listen to it with a calm head. It was the feeling of wanting to throw a plum tree on each of their heads. And what? Head back into the 9 great sects? No. No. It won't happen even if they ask us. Let them all freeze to death. Okay, calm down. Joe Gul and Yoon Jong tried to dissuade Chung Young from further breaking down, but he showed no signs of calming down, and so they asked, Sasuk, what do you think we should do with him? November, L. B. J. N. N. But Bak Chon asked with a gloomy face. Why? He didn't say anything wrong, though. And he continued. Don't you people have pride? Do you want to bow down and crawl back to the ones who abandoned us? I will take the other side. Yoon and Joe Gul smiled brightly. That person, too, is losing his character with each day. But Bak Chon cut off his cold tone and said, I am not joking. He looked at the disciples in a serious tone, turning them either nervous or still. What we have to do is to show good results and not be visible to him. 1. It is to prove that even if Mount Hua isn't with him, it is still a good martial arts sect. Chung Young nodded his head and said, Right. Right. And he looked at Bak Chon. You know what to do for that to happen, right, Sasuk? Right. I know. Bak Chon turned to the stage. The moment for his spar was approaching. He raised his sword and stood up. I will have to prove to everyone here that the sword of Mount Hua isn't inferior to any of those 9 great sects. Chung Young smiled. Win and come back. Of course. Taking a short breath, Bak Chon walked out. In front of him, Hyun Sang had a determined face waiting for him. Elder, I will bring good results. Bak Chon. Yes. He said in a serious tone. I know that this is a huge moment for you. But you get to show off. Only you. I know. Don't worry. Right. I will trust you. Hyun Sang tapped Bak Chon on the shoulder to encourage him, and finally, Bak Chon nodded as he walked out. I need to prove it. Bak Chon knew what those words meant. He wasn't Chung Young, who could do everything with just his sword of Mount Hua. That guy was beyond genius. If Chung Young had joined any other sect instead of Mount Hua, that would be the one being talked about. Even if he stepped in as a third-class disciple of a third-class sect, he would be able to fix their martial arts and aim for the top. To such a person, growth had no meaning. So Bak Chon had to be the one to prove it. That the sword of Mount Hua wasn't inferior to anyone. No, it means that without even the Fade of being in 9 great sects, they can be stronger than the others. Just then, he saw a familiar face walk up the stage. Right, prove it. Against Jin Jiam Ryong. Tak. Bak Chon, who had reached the sparring circle, raised his head and looked up. Blue. The sky, without a single cloud, looked so high up that it felt like he was being sucked in. That day was like this too. The day he ran from home and headed to Mount Hua. The sky was so clear then. It was the time to prove his will, because back then, he had chosen a different path. Bak Chon lowered his head. Jin Jiam Ryong. The man with his cold face. It looked cold and stiff like he always appeared, but it still looked different. It looked cold and stiff like he always appeared, but it still looked different. If one knew this man in the past, this change would make them feel sad. But as a swordsman, like a forged sword, a sharp sword so hard that it would cut down anything which would want to touch it, Jin Jiam Ryong gave out such an impression. How long had he been pushing himself to turn like this? There was no choice but to stand on different paths, but Bak Chon wanted him to be like that. There was no choice but to stand on different paths, but Bak Chon wanted him to be like that boy from his past. Bak Chon of Mount Hua asked Southern Edge's Jin Jiam Ryong for a spar. After bowing, he looked at his brother with serious eyes. Lips curling up, his brother said, "Cheeky bastard." SRRR. Jin Jiam Ryong pulled out his sword. It shone white and black in the sunlight. "I admit it. You have become strong. The old, foolish you, which only took beatings, has suddenly become a swordsman." Bak Chion's body trembled. A weird light shone in the eyes of Jin Jiam Ryong. He couldn't recognize the man in front of him. This man never gave even the most common compliment, and he continued. But he smiled in a twisted manner. "You are still far away. I will show you today. The more you progress, the further I get from your reach. The difference that you will not be able to keep up with for the rest of your life." Staring at Bak Chon, he said, "I am still your wall. And I will be one for the rest of your life." Bak Chon smiled at this. With a soft smile, unlike his brother, he said, "That is impossible." "What?" "I have another wall. There is a wall that I would never dare to put alongside Hyung's, and it is amazingly huge. And I will let you know. Walls are there for us to jump over them." Cheeky bastard. There was no need for words, and they looked at each other as the tension rose. The sound around them was slowly vanishing. The mumbling crowd, the cheers of their Sahyungs, and finally, the sound of the wind blowing right next to their ears. In that moment, "Here I come." "Ah." Bak Chon and Jin Jiam Ryong ran to each other with all their might, regardless of who started first. They do in fact, be terrified of Chung Myung. Chapter 294, I Will Always Be Your Wall, 4. Jin Cho Bak clenched his fists tightly. Everyone here must be nervous, but he would be the only one watching this spar with such complicated feelings. Why not? Well, one of his sons was trying to overpower his younger brother, who had joined Mount Hua. On the other hand, the younger brother was trying to overthrow his older brother, who had joined the Southern Edge sect. Jin Cho Bak had no choice but to wear a bitter look watching this spar. Bang! Bang! They were thrown back faster than their speed on approach. Recovering, they once again rushed at each other, swords first. Jin Cho backbit his lip, watching his sons disengage and stare each other down. It might not be visible yet, but on the surface, there was no major difference in their skills. When did that child get so strong compared to his young? He knew that Bak Chon had become stronger. He had a good performance so far, so how could he not know? However, he had thought that no matter how much Bak Chon struggled, he would never be on par with his older brother. Just a few years back, there had been no competition between them at all, so it was only natural for him to have this assumption. Since their childhood, Bak Chon had never once defeated Jin Jiam Ryong. Even considering his age, he would never see Bak Chon show at least half the talent of Jin Jiam Ryong. But what did you experience on Mount Hua, and what did you gain? Right now, in front of him, Bak Chon was able to tackle Jin Jiam Ryong without being pushed back. It was so dazzling to his eyes. Jin Cho backbit his lower lip firmly. I made a mistake. Talent wasn't one size fits all. Some talents shone brilliantly from the start, while others bloomed over a long period of time, like a flower that shines during the long winter after enduring the cold. Parents and teachers were the ones who needed to recognize both types of talents and nurture them. I wasn't a proper parent to him. He thought it was enough. He thought since Bak Chon couldn't be compared to his brother, he shouldn't expect much from that child and hurt him. But his eyes now turned to the disciples of Mount Hua, who were cheering for Bak Chon. Mount Hua has raised that child. They did what he couldn't do. Hyun Jong, who spoke without shame that Mount Hua needed Bak Chon, resounded in his mind. Could I have said that? Jin Cho Bak closed his eyes. He was here as an elder of the Southern Edge sect. If he considered his duties, of course, he should be supporting Jin Jiam Ryong and not Bak Chon. However, as the father of Bak Chon and not an elder of the Southern Edge sect, he had no choice but to look at his younger son. Show me. What you have. What I let go. Sehyung, Sasuk will win right. At Jo Gul's question, Yoon Jong couldn't answer. Of course, his belief in Bak Chon was firm. Sasuk is different from us. Before Chung Young appeared, Bak Chon was superior to anyone on Mount Hua. The delicateness, his leisurely movement, and his skills. If one was a disciple of Mount Hua, then one would admire him. Bak Chon was so overwhelming that even the same Bak disciples couldn't compete with him. That man was so persistent with his work and training. Bak Chon was one of those who truly tried to defeat the Southern Edge sect and constantly pushed himself to the limit. So how could they not trust him? But ads by PubFuture. His opponent is Jin Jiam Ryong. Although that man shone a little less after losing to Chung Young, he was still one of the best talents of the Southern Edge sect. He was a talented person who was widely known to be the premier candidate for the next sect leader of the Southern Edge sect. One who could bring back their heyday, something that had never truly happened before. Of course, since Chung Young had entered the scene, Mount Hua had become stronger. But have we really managed to cross that gap? Bak Chon would have to prove it against Jin Jiam Ryong. Sehyung. Believe in him, said Yoon Jong firmly, not taking his eyes off the stage. Believe in Sehyung. Believe in the training we have done so far. We have become strong. But Jo Gul didn't continue. It isn't like Jin Jiam Ryong was playing around either. If he had to choose between the two, he would pick the elder brother over Bak Chon. Jin Jiam Ryong seems to have trained to the point where he doesn't look like his past self at all. Anyone could guess that from his look now. Just how much he was pushing himself to the limit. But could Bak Chon really defeat Jin Jiam Ryong? Could it be possible to close the gap between the two? Sehyung will win. Jo Gul shook his head at the voice from behind. Yu Yisale looked at the spar happening with a cold and stiff face. 'Cause he trained to the point of death. Contrary to her calm voice, Yu Yisale was clenching her fist under the sleeve. She was nervous too. Jo Gul, who looked at her, bit his lip, looking back at Bak Chon. Sasuk. Win. For us. The two swords aimed for the other again. Clang. The swords constantly fell with the sharp sound of metal each time they met. Bak Chon was clenching his teeth as he felt the force being transmitted through the hilt. What power! He thought that he had surpassed his brother in terms of strength. He thought that no matter how much help Jin Jiam Ryong had received from his elders, he couldn't overpower Bak Chon, who had taken the purple sky pill and the soul vitality pill, Novel B Om. However, Jin Jiam Ryong didn't seem much inferior to Bak Chon. Once again, he realized just how much effort the Southern Edge sect has put into Jin Jiam Ryong. Bang! The force of each movement seemed to cause a small implosion of air. At the same time, a small explosion of chi occurred between the two. Kuak! Bak Chon was pushed back and noticed that Jin Jiam Ryong was running for him. And his brother's sword fell like a ray of light right toward his head, making Bak Chon raise his sword up, clenching his teeth. Quang! Bak Chon felt a huge shock pass through all of his body at the collision. Jin Jiam Ryong immediately kicked him in the chest without giving him time to recover. Thud! Bak Chon was almost pushed off the stage, but he managed to kneel down and hold his ground as he looked at Jin Jiam Ryong. And his older brother was looking down at him with arrogant eyes. It has always been like this. Trampled on countless times. Fought countless times. Yet the result was the same. Bak Chon, who was pushed back, couldn't understand it. Jin Jiam Ryong would always look down on him. Ads by Pub Future. If there was anything that had changed, it was that his older brother, who at least showed a bit of concern in the past, was now staring at him with cold eyes. For sure you look like someone who belongs to Mount Hua. What? Jin Jiam Ryong looked down and said. If it was in the past, you would have collapsed already, and your face would have anger written all over it. I admit that the gap between us has narrowed. However, no matter how much you strive to close the gap, as long as you cannot overtake me, the results will always be the same. I will forever be your wall. That was what he was saying. Bak Chon got up and shook the sword in his hand as he said. Wall. He smiled. I don't know much. But a wall is always there. What? Like I said. Bak Chon explained. As long as you try to be a wall, you will be waiting to be overtaken by me. The wall just stays in that one place while I will move ahead. And he raised his sword aiming it at Jin Jiam Ryong. No matter how high a wall is, if you climb it, one day, it can be crossed, and eventually the top will be reached. I learned to get over such things from some damned idiot. So, today, I will break you down. You speak well. Jin Jiam Ryong looked at Bak Chon with cold eyes. In the past, he would have laughed at these remarks from Bak Chon. For him, Bak Chon was more or less nothing than an opponent who could never catch up to him. But now, Jin Jiam Ryong looked at the sword he was holding. His palms were turning a bit slippery around the handle. This should NT be happening. Seems like I am nervous. Me. Against Bak Chon. Jin Jiam Ryong wasn't ignoring this fact. He wasn't pushing ahead, nor was he showing pride. Just acknowledging it. Bak Chon has become incomparably stronger than in the past, and the gap between them had been narrowed by a lot too. But there was one thing he was sure of. Even if what you say is true. Jin Jiam Ryong looked at Bak Chon. His cold face was there, but it still showed the confidence he had in himself. That will not be today. Right now, you cannot overtake me. Soon, it would come to an end. And I will prove that such a day will not come either. Jin Jiam Ryong rushed for Bak Chon. Pang! His sword pierced through the air sharply. The sword made a sound like it was splitting the air as it created dozens of sword shadows. The force was so strong that it looked like it would tear down one's soul too. However, Bak Chon clenched his teeth and clearly looked at this. Do not avoid it. No matter how strong or fast it was. He has been through so much more than this, so there is no need to be afraid. I see it. Bak Chon smiled subtly without even realizing it. See what personalized content we have based on your browsing history. See what personalized content we have based on your browsing history. Discovery feed. Ads by Pub Future. His body moved before his head could control it. The plum blossom sword he grabbed struck the sword of Jin Jiam Ryong. Kakakang. The swords, covered with chi, collided, creating a noise that seemed to pierce the ears of the crowd. Bak Chon, who deflected the sword, gripped his tighter. I am looking at the sword of Jin Jiam Ryong. A sword he never had seen in the past. A technique he lost to without even understanding it. But at this moment, Bak Chon could clearly see the sword he was going against. The feeling of pleasure made his head rush ahead. But blocking alone wasn't enough. He immediately took a step ahead and slashed Jin Jiam Ryong on the throat and looked carefully. For the first time, his older brother was looking a bit embarrassed. Kang! The rushing sword of Bak Chon bounced back, but that didn't mean that this was meaningless. It works. My sword. What I have achieved. I can finally reach out to Jin Jiam Ryong. I have grown. It may sound obvious. He had become stronger than his past self, and he had even taken down the disciples of some famous sects. No one would admit the growth of Bak Chon. But strangely, it was difficult to realize this. He pretended to be dignified in front of his sages, but in the meantime, Bak Chon had suffered from impatience all this time. Even to this very moment. And now he knew the reason for this anxiety. In the end, unless he surpassed Jin Jiam Ryong, he couldn't truly grow up. In fact, Jin Jiam Ryong was a wall for Bak Chon. I cannot move ahead until I jump over it. Sympathy. Jealousy. Desperation. In order to move ahead as a swordsman, he would have to jump over this wall, Jin Jiam Ryong of the Southern Edge sect. Ah! Bak Chon didn't miss the single second of victory he managed to grasp. I will show you what Bak Chon accomplished. After a long winter, like patience and perseverance, what has bloomed? Bak Chion's sword struck Jin Jiam Ryong. The tip of Bak Chion's sword, which had a strong intent to slash his opponent, had been pushed away. Yet, it began to shake delicately. At the same time, red plum blossoms shone from the sword. It bloomed. His own plum blossom. One by one, the plum blossoms which were blooming began to spread around in an instant. But, at that moment, don't get too excited. Jin Jiam Ryong's body seemed to stretch out, and in an instant, he narrowed the distance between him and Bak Chon. And with a formidable sword movement, he slashed the sword of Bak Chon, which was blooming plum blossoms. Kang! Bak Chon was pushed back with a loud noise. At the same time, the blooming plum blossoms exploded and disappeared. Foolish brat. Jin Jiam Ryong's sword moved with his cynicism. A dark blue light as cold as his eyes moved for Bak Chion's wrist. Slash. With a terrifying noise, blood splashed everywhere. Chapter 296. Can you be the embers? 1. Martial arts are all strange things. Chung Young mumbled as he watched the spar.